Good morning and welcome from Lithuania. Another beautiful day here on the lake, and we're looking forward to racing from GT50, 15, GT30 and OSY-400. I'm joined again today by Jason Mantrip, who is back in England. Very good morning to you, Jason.
Yeah, good morning, John. Good morning, everybody. And just a quick test. Hope you can all hear me okay.
It's loud and clear my end.
Excellent stuff. So, yeah, good morning, John. First of all, how was yesterday evening?
It was incredible. Everyone was very, very tired. Left the pits probably about an hour after the racing finished and went back to their hotels. So very, very quiet one. I think most of us were in bed by about 10, quarter past. It was a hot day by the lake yesterday, and the air here does make you tired. But there was also a lot of action on the lake. Let's talk about that, Jason.
Yeah, there certainly was. I mean, there was drama in GT30 and GT15. Right at the end of the day, of course, we had drama.
I'm losing Jason.
Debates, but I think we're on for a full grid here this morning.
Yeah, let's briefly talk about the Carol Sudler solving incident. That went to race jury last night. The decision was it was a racing accident, which means Solvang kept his first place in Heat 2, which gives him 700 points overall and puts him into a good position for today. What were your thoughts on that, Jason? Okay, we appear to have lost the feed there to Jason back in England. When we talk about that GT30 incident, there was some very bad damage on Solving's hull with the coming together, which was deemed as a racing incident on the buoy. But he's managed to work all last night to fix it, and he's back in the running. And also Carol Sudler will be back out in GT30. She had some prop and gearbox damage, and that's all been repaired. So everyone all unharmed, and that's good, and they're back racing today, which is what we want to see. But that was the big news really from last night. We had to wait for that jury decision. They went on the meeting over 2 hours, so we didn't really get to hear until 9:30 our time last night. And it was good to see they'd made a decision. So today we have the final two heats of GT15, final two heats GT30, and of course the final two heats of OSY-400. So 6 races to look forward to. We're starting earlier today, and here we are with the start. And we'll restore the timing screen back to so you can have a look at it as well, and you can see there 51 Slacteris. Now Slacteris, he's on a total of 800 points, 2 heat wins yesterday, so looking really, really good. He can drive conservatively today, as his nearest contender is Nida Kalinsk with 525. And as you see, Slakteris now sitting in second position. And that'll do for him. 300 points he'll be very, very happy with if he can hold this. Our race leader is Vilak from Estonia. He's a 5th overall in this championship currently on 265. And we're still trying to get Jason back in England. So as we continue with this GT15 Heat 3, event leader Slakteris from Latvia, just 1.4 seconds behind in second place. It's good enough for him. And as per yesterday, I'll keep a beady eye out for our flagman, who I had a long conversation with this morning, although it was one way. He speaks no English at all. And if you're missing the velvet tones of Jason Mantrip, he's got internet problems his end. So he's waiting for his BT broadband truck to pitch up. I mean, we're here in a little transit van in the middle of nowhere, and we've got a perfect internet signal, and perhaps Jason's wife streaming Netflix. And Jason is coming back fairly shortly. And back on the water, Slakteris still holding the second position, which is going to be good enough for him.
Well, hi John. So I missed the start there. So what I see then is not Slakteris at the start, and he's not out front. Oh, and a bit of an incident just happened just there, John. But so what happened initially to Slakteris right at the start?
Slightly slower start, Jason, as you rightly say. But as I've been saying, he's going to be happy with the 300 points, right? With 800 from yesterday. Right, the news is the flagman's back out. He's holding that checkered and getting ready. as the boats start to come nearer to our cameras. And that is the checkered. So the Estonian takes the heat win, and the Latvian takes second. Gives him 1,100 points now. And I'm just doing the calculations. I'll work those through, and let's just see what he's got to do in the fourth heat, or whether he runs in the fourth heat. So I'll go away, do some number crunching on these GT15 points and see how we stand and see how we're looking for heat 4. And we've got another half an hour until the next race.
mane girdi, kas nors šia be reikalo su tom ausinėm. Yo, do you need something? Sorry? Oh.
Waiting for the results of that race. I'm waiting for your man to
Yeah.
see if we can get back on.
mašinami.
Turint omeny, kiek šitas mažiukas žmogeliukas sveria ir kiek arčiau pakaboja vandenyje, tai yra išties nerealu. Be abejo, mums šiek tiek suteikia tam tikro kontento atgauti tą plaukimą čia, dėl to laukiam kitų sportininkų ir laukiam, kol susidėlios visi tos 700 klasės skuteriai vandenyje, mes turime gražaus laiko pasigėrėti nuo padarytų.
So this is the start then of heat number 3 for the OSY-400, which is about to get underway, and it could even be in this race where we could see a new European champion, because Rene Siusk yesterday took heat number 1 a race win, and heat number 2 was also a race win. And number 21, Gintaros, he could only do 2 second positions, a good effort, but at the moment not good enough to be crowned European champion.
Hi, Jason, can you hear me?
Hi, John, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's good. Just a few apologies with technical issues we've had this morning.
Yeah, apologies from my end, because I think we've got a storm on the way and connections dropping in and out. But here we go, John, for heat 3. And Rene Siusk get it in the bag and crowned European champion after this heat. They all go up towards the top turn, and let's see if they all make it round. There's the distinctive yellow boat there, dropping back. In fact, he loses out 2 places, did Avidas, but he's still hanging in there, just to the inside in that 3rd position. But John seems to be in the lead, I think. Not there, but we'll take the corner. 1. So the lead so far at 100 hits from Rene Siusk, and as I said, it is run over 4 heats over the course of the weekend. They do drop their worst result, and at the moment Rene Siusk doesn't have a worst result, so if he wins this, he'll then want to probably sit out heat number 4, because there would be absolutely no point in doing it other than just for fun, and probably just rubbing salt in the wound of all the other competitors. But Rene Siusk certainly out in front, but Gintaros, I think today, has got a problem behind him, because Arvidas in number 43 from Lithuania all over the back. Now this is a big development. So Arvidas making the challenge for 2nd place, which would be absolutely fantastic if he could get through, because he would then have to make Gintaros work in heat number 4. Gintaros wants to secure that 2nd position overall, but we'll wait and see. There's still many laps remaining. So we're at the end of lap 2 into lap number 3, with Rene Siusk still at the top from Estonia, the Estonian. Of course, Estonia very successful in OSY racing. They build not only successful boats these days, the Povat boat, and of course the Mosquito hulls. I know that Urko's there watching carefully this race this weekend, and he of course is the Mosquito boat builder. But Rene Siusk then has it all under control, and he'll follow the footsteps of other Estonian who's not there this weekend, which is Rasmus Hanazagi. And Rasmus, who is world champion and European champion, taking a step back this weekend, and hands over really the honours at the moment to Rene Siusk. Now, Rene Siusk then starts another lap. Gintaros looks more comfortable now in that 2nd position, but one mistake could see Arvidas go through into that 3rd place. Janis is in the 4th position. He is in boat number 33. So we now watch, and we're now watching boat 21, Gintaros. You can see the different approaches, the different lines they're taking into the turns. But I was telling everybody yesterday how this race course looks to be quite big. What great OSY-400 you've got your left hand the throttle, a hand throttle, on the right hand is the steering wheel. But I think this course, you can just open the throttle wide open. You could almost tape it up wide open and just go around the course. To me, it doesn't look as if there's any challenging turns. Might be a bit tricky at the top there. You can see it's a little bit more open, a little bit more exposed. They could be catching a little bit of wind, but just looking at the racecourse, there doesn't appear to be any breeze. So we're now watching still the battle for second position, and Arvidas there trying as much as he can in that third position in the yellow boat to catch up Gintaros, but Gintaros is there still in that second position. The scrap then for fourth and fifth is happening just behind, but at the moment they are too far apart really to make any kind of manoeuvre on each other.
Jason.
So we are now coming into.
Jason.
Yeah, sorry, John, go.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, so I don't want to talk over you. But as you talked about the breeze, there is no real breeze, and it's just getting hotter. And if we just take a second to reflect back on the GT15, it is looking like Slakteris has taken the European Championship, and we're just waiting to have that confirmed.
So it could all be over very, very soon in the OSY as well. But well done, Slakteris, then for that win. Just waiting for it to be confirmed, but a great effort this morning. And it's always different, day two. Sometimes day two can go horribly, horribly wrong. You can get all sorts of gremlins. It happened to us on the live stream, let alone with mechanical boats. But so far, it's all going to plan. So far, it's going to plan as far as Slakteris is concerned in the GT15, and as far as Rennie Siusk is concerned in this OSY-400 European Championship. And of course, just to remind viewers that it is just a one-off championship race. This is it. There's no other rounds. It's always been really a one-off championship. I think they did actually a few years ago try a European series and the World Series, but that didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to. As Rennie Siusk then takes the checkered flag and wins, and I'm saying unofficially that will crown him European champion.
Yeah, I don't think we've got any doubt about that, as he just comes past us and he's looking very, very relaxed.
Yeah, and of course that will all be down to now the technical inspection, but you know, I think that it will be fine. And Rennie Siusk, a very, very talented, young and up-and-coming OSY-400 star. And I think he is now going to be the man to beat. He's the man who's going to take over from Rasmus's crown, shall we say, because Rasmus, as I said earlier, he was the man who dominated this class for many, many years. And I always felt sorry for the Polish driver, Cezary Strumuk, because Cezary had the equipment, he had the speed, and he tried his hardest to beat Rasmus. He never could on the day. He may win the odd occasional heat, but the championship itself, he never quite got there. But it stays with Estonia at the moment, and it stays in the form of Rennie Siusk, who unofficially, we think, will be European champion by the end of this weekend.
Yes, and you talk about the technical inspection. I was actually staying with the Russian scrutineer, who, funnily enough, was talking about OSY-400 engine heights to me last night. I can't think why.
Oh, great. My favourite subject.
Yeah, I thought you'd have really enjoyed that conversation.
I would have. I would have.
There was a sort of an issue here with one of the OSY boats. He said, I can accept 2 millimetres, but maybe not 6.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that I could bore everybody with the detail, but the tools that they use to measure, it's always it's a little bit difficult, really, to measure the centre of the gearbox from underneath. There's different interpretations of where it's measured from. And
that was exactly what he was saying, yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Maybe you could come over here and do some scrutineering as well.
Oh, no.
The breaking news is... The breaking news is that, Jason, you may well be coming over here next month.
Yeah, well, it seems following the phone call. How good would that be? How cool would it be to see a Formula 2 championship race. A UIM championship race with Formula 2. That would be pretty awesome. And I know, as you were telling me this morning, John, I know Edgaros is busy. We see him yesterday. He never, ever stopped organising this event and
he wasn't driving the boat. No, he wasn't driving the boat. He wasn't driving
Obviously
the
not.
No, there was a bit of a laugh there. But what he's planning for is the weekend over September 18 to 21 is to host UIM F2 World Championship in Konus, which is about an hour and a half's drive from here. And that should be really rather exciting if we can see some F2 boats. He's got some work to do. He's got to talk to UIM this week to see whether they can agree to put it together with him. He's got to speak to drivers about getting here. He's got a lot of work in front of him, but he's, as always, confident he can pull it off or pull something off. So that's exciting.
Yeah. I mean, it looks. Obviously, the locals, the Lithuanians, will be watching this, and no doubt the UIM are watching this because it's a UIM event anyway. And they'll see it's policed correctly. They'll see that social distancing is going on there, and there's plenty of space. And in Kunis there is loads of space there as well. So I can't see why, really, it shouldn't pan out for him. And let's hope it does.
The only downside is I don't get air miles using Wizz Air.
No, that is a problem. But no doubt you'll be travelling first class with Wizz Air.
Jason Brewer style, pay for the front seats.
Oh, yes. And if Jason's watching, good morning to Jason. I know he was tuned in. He was telling me yesterday that he was watching with interest, but while he was texting me, he was watching on his phone. So unfortunately, every time he had to text me, he had to lose the live stream. So he'll be watching the live stream, I would imagine, this morning and not texting. But good morning, and good morning to everybody who is watching with us from not only the locals probably in Lithuania, but also in all over the world.
Yeah, we had a good viewing. According to these tech guys, we had some good viewers on both YouTube and Facebook yesterday, which is great to hear.
Yep, very, very positive stuff. And now I see the Edgaros Super Taxi is now being lowered into the water.
I told him that we were saying he was driving. I told him that we said he was driving the 2 seats. Yes, he just looked at me and laughed. He said, "Where the fuck do you think I've got the time for that?"
So, do you think then that it could have been Frody driving the 2-seater?
Frody Sunstall. He's bought a new boat. He's bought a little cabin cruiser, and he's now camping on it.
Ah.
It's quite a long boating season. It's a long boating season in Norway. They get 2 months.
Oh, well, that's good. Well, it just flashes on our screen the rest of today's programme, which includes GT30, their first race, and then we go into the final concluding part. Now, of course, we think, John, that we've probably got 2 European champions decided, just waiting for official confirmation, which will happen after the engine inspections.
Yeah, I said on the stream during GT15, I figured that Slekteris had did it, and then my photographer, he sent me through the photo of Slekteris with the flag, the Latvian flag, and said 2020 European champion. So our Latvian snapper, he's pretty up with it. But I've obviously been to race control. Yeah. And we need to confirm that. And when we see Susan, she's down the other end at the moment. Susan Key, the British OOD here.
Yeah, a former hydroplane driver herself, which she used to race in the 350 class. So first of all, a lay-down cab-over style, and then as her career progressed and the hydrocats came into play, she also dabbled in that for a bit. But
she's
it's nice to see
absolutely
Susan.
She's having a wonderful weekend. She's so pleased to be here and see racing. She was that big smile on her face yesterday just to see boats on the water. So, that's great.
Yeah, it's great because, she spends a lot of time at her local club, the Stureby Club, and of course, no stranger to our club at Alton Broad as well. So, she's much travelled, not only in the UK, but as you know, John, all over the world. And yeah, it's good that she's about, and it's good that she's at an event and being an official. So well done, Susan, and I look forward to catching up with her very, very soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I was sharing a taxi back to Kaunas Airport in the morning, 6 o'clock booking. I said, it is a taxi at Garis, isn't it? I might send a white transit van, so that's going to be entertaining for an hour and a half, going across the potholes in a transit.
Yeah, or as we did last year, we went through a building site, I seem to remember. No, you weren't in our car actually, John. We were with Jason and...
Was that when you shouted out the window? Was that when you shouted out the window and you said you can't afford my rates?
I think so, yeah. Which is why I'm back here. Oh, there we go. So the two-seater then is going out, and just tell us about the breeze there. I mean, you said that there doesn't seem to be any breeze today, so I take it it's pretty much the same as yesterday there then, is it, John?
Although by our far end camera, the safety tape around the camera is blowing, so it's like it tells you out on the lake there's something. You can see the lake is much calmer than yesterday. Having said that, I don't think we've got anything to worry about. The weather's set fair, no cloud. I'm really looking forward to this GT30 race. That's been the highlight of this weekend, the GT30 racing. As we said earlier, with the accident yesterday between Solvang and Sudler, ever so pleased that everyone came out unscathed on that. It could have been a different story.
Yeah, absolutely. But you were saying to me off there, you were saying about Carroll's boat actually not being in great shape. The propeller was wrecked, I think.
Yeah, they managed to get that.
The gearbox.
They managed to get that fixed overnight. That was a technical scrutineer told me last night. He said there was damage, but they obviously worked into the early hours. But there was talk this morning with some of the drivers. One of the Finnish teams is running a Halo, similar to they run in F1 cars, and I think that's something that might have to be looked at. Yeah,
and I know that we said off air, you know, the last thing you want is anybody hurt, especially at a young age as well. You know, you need all your fingers and all your toes and everything, you know, to continue through life. So, you know, safety has to be paramount, and they're always looking to improve. And we're seeing it all the way from the top end of the sport, where F1, I mean, you remember the old style F1, it was back in the day, no safety cell thrown out of the boat. Then the safety cell came in, and then the enclosed safety cell came in, then the crash boxes came in,
yes,
and airbags and everything else, and hands device or hip restraint is probably...
I think what I'd like to do is I'm going to write an article in Powerboat Racing World on, just so the youngsters can read it, of how it happened in Britain, how a man called Chris Hodges was behind it, spent a year developing that cell and then dropped it from a crane, and it worked. I think that was all back in, what was that, 82, something like that, from memory. But
so that was, yeah, well, it was 1985. The cell was developed just after. I think they were looking at it just before then, because I know Tom Percival, when, you know, obviously it all happened after Tom's accident, but.
And
but
then
yeah,
the editor of the Powerboat magazine at the time, I think it was Powerboat and Water Skiing, wasn't it? Ros Knott. She became very involved with it at all, and then she reported on it and wrote some excellent articles with photographs, etc. And I think that's probably worth rehashing that, and just to show the youngsters where we've come from that. I know, I think I was talking to Sean Toronte, and even he wasn't aware of the name Chris Hodges. And Chris is now living down in Florida.
Quite surprising, really. Yep, so they could almost be neighbours then.
Yeah, I mean, and I think we probably should be talking about our history more, because, you know, there were some amazing things done back in the day, and as you've rightly just said there, when we went to crash boxes, etc.
And it's always strange, because at the time the drivers always think, oh, you know, it's another safety rule and that, but it is there to try and sort of preserve the driver and protect the driver. At the end of the day, you know, you want everyone coming home in one piece. And
you always get
talk about...
You always get this situation.
Yeah, sorry, John.
You know, the elephant in the room is always money, isn't it? And how much is it going to cost for a new boat or to retrofit something? But, you know, it's easy for me to say I'm not paying for a race boat anymore, but it's always nice to see people come out safe. Really, when we come to these weekends, it's very much a family. I mean, particularly this weekend's been very much a family feel to it, and you know, we just want to see everyone go home in one piece.
Yeah, which you know, I should really just touch on last weekend. Unfortunately, we lost a driver in American Formula One. And no doubt the Americans will now be looking at what happened over there, and they'll, because they won't want that. They don't want that to happen, especially, you know, the Americans make a big thing of racing, don't they? So
no, I think
I'm sure the ABBA will have a good look at that.
Yeah, you know, the news is out there. People are talking about what happened last weekend. I can't print it. The US newspapers certainly aren't printing it. So I'm going to hold back really from talking about that.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations where APBA is going to have a look, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, but as we say, you know, boats have improved. The UIM have done a big, I know there's a big safety plan in UIM. A lot of people work on the board of safety with the UIM and also the local governing bodies as well. And they all help each other to develop safety. I mean, even in the primitive classes like OSY-400, you know, we're looking at it.
You know, this is why the double UIM F1H2O World Champion Sean Tronte races in that series and not in back in the US because of the safety features. He believes the DAC hull is the safest out there. A lot of other drivers do. We saw Frody Sundstall's boat in Tonsberg a couple of years ago when it had a coming together with Rashid in the Abu Dhabi 35, and the propeller went right the way down the side, and you know, Sundstall came out absolutely unscathed, and that's testament to the safety and the build quality.
Yeah, it is, and yeah, the sport's heading in the right direction, certainly as far as the UIM is concerned, of making it all safe, which is good. So we're just watching the two-seater at the moment, just while the GT30s are just getting themselves ready. And we're just going back to that then. So we were talking initially, before we went on to our safety lecture, we were talking about Carol Sudler. Now, Carol's got to start on the other end of the grid. She's got to start in last position, effectively. And there's a bit of an angle on the start grid, which of course means that pole position has a major advantage, and she's right at the other end. She's right at the other end of the grid, so she's got the least advantage, and she's got a lot of work to do. But we know that she's quick off the line. Maybe not quite as quick as Solvang, but she's certainly right up there. But she's got to fight her way through traffic, which could be an issue, maybe.
Yeah, that's a lot of traffic to get through, isn't it? So,
yeah,
with the point situation for this GT30 race, Solvang on 700, and his nearest rival is the Finnish driver Saro Artu, 450. So, he has got to have a good start, get off the line cleanly, and bag his 400.
Yeah, and he needs to not entangle himself with anybody, and if he gets a poor start, he almost needs to think a little bit ahead. He doesn't need to do anything sort of drastic in that first corner. You don't win a race by not finishing it.
Now, something I haven't told you off air. Solvang said to me this morning that when he went to bed last night, he watched 3 hours of our live stream. And he picked up that I said during his second heat that he was moving backwards and forwards. Do you remember? And he was looking over to this direction. Oh, yes, you're saying
about it, yeah.
Yeah, well, that really was it wasn't weight distribution, it was just boat handling. He said it was handling like a pig. And then also, the reason he kept looking over here, he said he was just desperate to see a checkered flag. He was just praying lap after lap.
Oh, right,
he didn't have to do it, yeah. So, now, he doesn't think that boat handling was due to the accident, but that'll be interesting to see whether they've got that sorted.
Yeah, and I'm quite surprised really because the water from here looks flat calm. I mean, you've said yourself, there's not really any breeze to worry about. So that boat maybe not quite set up to how he wants it, and again proving the theory that drivers can't count laps, because after about lap 3, I have this theory that after about the 3rd lap you just can't count any more than that because you're too involved you're busy, you're too involved in racing. And yeah, you are always looking for the checkered flag, and obviously he was after about lap 3, so that proves that point there.
But it is a bit of a concern that, after everything that happened to him, he then went to bed and listened to us for 3 hours, because I don't think that's the way forward.
Maybe he wanted a good night's sleep.
Yeah. Should have rung someone like Chris Davies. That would have helped.
Well, it would have done. He'd have been asleep in a couple of minutes, I would imagine. Sorry, Chris. Actually, how good was Chris's interview with Rode? That was pretty amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's got some great stories. Got some great stories.
Yeah.
But he's done a hell of a lot in the sport. Yeah, Frody's Frody's live stream interviews were really good, weren't they? He's one with Guido Cappellini. I don't think anyone's ever heard Guido speak for over an hour like that. Carella.
No, not weird.
Yeah, Alex Carella as well. He's English. He's fantastic. He's a lot better than most people think, isn't it? And to have access to those drivers and to listen to the real cream of the crop was a bit of a treat during lockdown.
What came across well, I thought, was when with Sean, because you got to see exactly how passionate he was about the whole sport. From all disciplines, right from the youngsters, and he wants to see the sport develop, and to see that passion, when he's having a one-on-one, was something else. I thought that was a really nice in-depth and insight into Sean.
Yeah. And his technical ability is amazing. I mean, that offshore cat he's put together looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, a multi-talented thing, and you can understand really the frustrations of why he wants to be out racing boats and that, because that's what he does, isn't it? And that's what many of us do.
It is, and
not.
Sean's not just missing racing; his whole lifestyle has changed. He was massive long-haul flights from America over to the UAE and Europe, and all of a sudden he's not travelling, and it's a massive culture shock. So I've been doing that for over 10 years, flying to Europe and Asia, and then all of a sudden not to leave the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's not so bad if it's a gradual thing, but that wasn't. It was like, right, we're stopping now, this is it, and a dead cut off. And, if it was gradual, then perhaps, it would be less harsh. But this was obviously quite a harsh lockdown that they're in, and we're all have been in at some point. And it affects people in various ways, doesn't it?
And he was obviously slightly hoping with the offshore cap, the super stop boat, that he could get some racing in the US. But then, of course, offshore racing, most racing in the US involves a lot of spectators. And that's been one of the big problems. So you can't get the spectators, you can't run the races because it doesn't drive the revenue into the towns where their venues are. So that's an issue, and I fear it could be ongoing.
Yeah, it's a vicious circle, really, isn't it, at the moment? And we've got, of course, over here with our local club at Alton Broad, we rely on our spectators to be there. Unfortunately, they can't be there, and even if we didn't charge them to come into our event, we'd still have a problem anyway, because the boats would just attract a natural crowd, and obviously it happened last weekend in Norway. So it is a bit of a circle, isn't it? It's a vicious circle, really.
Perhaps you should organise a protest at Alton Broads, because protests are allowed.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. A boat protest. Or I was actually just catching up on something with Donald Trump. Maybe we need some kind of Donald Trump sort of brigade across.
Well,
He had some kind of big boat protest.
Don't forget, Trump was an offshore racing promoter back in the 80s.
So there we go. Vote Trump.
Yeah, he had a race up at Atlantic City outside of New York. I think it was about 88, 89. And they ran it in October in horrific weather. I mean, you know what it's like in New York that time of year. It really does change. And the races got cancelled. And they said to Trump on the television, they said, what do you think about the racing being cancelled? He said, it's great. It's great because everyone's in my casino betting.
There you go. Always an ulterior motive.
Yeah. So, once again, do many people know that Donald Trump was involved in powerboat racing? It's...
Well, I've just learned something new. So,
yeah, I think that was where the first time I sort of came, heard the name, and then sort of followed him ever since, really, watching him on Letterman, on the Late Show, and things like that.
Yeah. There we go. As Ben Elton would say, a little bit of politics.
Yeah. It's just interesting to people that have been involved in racing over the years. We were talking about Bjorn from ABBA. I mean, who knew he was a big fan of powerboat racing? But as Lars Strom posts on his Facebook, ABBA were wearing Evenrude T-shirts back in '73. I met Bjorn in Sweden 5 years ago. He was there watching the offshore racing in his cruiser Dancing Queen. And, he told me he was a huge fan. I mean, you could have knocked me over with a feather. My son was just... my son's got a big ABBA fan, why not? And he just said, I can't believe this. The fact that Bjorn cut across the start-finish line in his boat is probably something we'll move on from.
He fancied taking a chance, did he?
Very good.
That was bad. Well, it's not bad for a Sunday morning, is it? So... But yeah, I mean, we've had Doctor Who race at Alton Broad before. John Pertwee, he was a former boat racer.
Yes.
Obviously, Richard Branson got involved in the challenge, Atlantic Challenge crossing.
Yeah, Branson ran a Cowes Torquay in an Italian boat the year he completed the Atlantic Challenge. And then with that Atlantic Challenge, there was 3 guys working for Cougar who Branson headhunted. One was Steve Ridgway, working for Cougar, who went on to be the CEO of Virgin Atlantic for years. He only sort of stepped down, 4 or 5 years ago. Chris Moss, who was doing powerboat and water skiing, writing and etc., not doing very well for himself in life, then set up Virgin Atlantic, did all the branding with Branson, and then he developed the brand Orange for the mobile phones, and then 118, and it's kind of interesting that people are coming out of out of racing. Hiya.
Yeah.
And I still keep in contact with Chris, and he's still interested in the sport, from afar.
Yeah.
But plenty of celebrities. We used to have a sort of a cancer research offshore race, and one year we had Roger Taylor from Queen, Gary Newman.
Wow.
I remember after the race, Roger Taylor was sitting in his open-top Aston Martin, just looking extremely cool, as you would do, because it was at height of when Queen really made it big after. Band-Aid, when they really rebooted. So that was pretty cool to see him. And the comedian Jim Davidson, he did races. His cruiser was called Dishby Doo.
So I know that he'd attended a few races in the past.
Yeah, he loves boats. He's got a boat back down in Banana Wharf in Southampton now, a cruiser. I saw him about a year back, and we just sat there and just chatted, etc. And he's rebooting his career now on YouTube.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Mm.
Yeah, good to see Jim back sort of in some format. And TV's changed obviously when Jim was famous, sort of in the 80s. As TV's moved on a little bit since then, but at least there's an outlet now for him to get his views across.
Well, he went
Which was
mainstream,
quite
didn't
topical
he?
at the time.
He was doing mainstream TV stuff, but big break. But I went to see him live, and
Yeah.
I hurt myself laughing. People kind of got the wrong idea about him. He could really get the audience going. He was very, very talented guy on stage, and funny enough, off stage, completely different guy. Very dour, very down. You just wouldn't think it was the same person.
He actually bought a nightclub in Great Yarmouth. That was in the 90s, the Winter Gardens. And yeah, that was quite successful at the time. And then I think he just pulled out of that. And then sadly, the building's a little bit of a sorry state now. But yeah, so had a little bit of a connection with our local area. And Tiff Nadell, of course, from Fifth Gear and Top Gear and everything else. And we had our own dealings with Tiff when he presented the Powerboat GP program for a few. I think it was 4 series. I think we had from that. So
well, Tiff races cars with his orange helmet, and that's predominantly because Tiff's father Tony really was the godfather of the rule book of offshore. Everything you see in offshore racing now in UIM predominantly came from Tony Nadell's original rules. And Tiff said to me, he said, you know, the nights we had family dinner and Tony was just on the phone or doing this or doing that, he lived, ate and slept the sport. So obviously Tiff then, as a youngster, did a little bit of circuit racing, but then kind of moved into cars because the family was always powerboat. And that was the story. But yeah, Tony Nadell, his father, was a really good man. Just used to sort of scrutineer boats, sucking his pipe.
I was trying to put an age on Tiff, but what's he, late 50s?
I'd say he's in his 60s now. Tony passed, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, maybe longer. Yeah.
Well, the 2-seater's gone quiet for a bit, so does that mean that we're getting some GT30 boats in, or...?
I'll just have a look for a second. I was just thinking other celebrities. I mean, Noel Edmonds raced offshore early 79, 80, raced with a guy called Ray McInhill. And when Ray passed a couple of years ago, I contacted Noel, and he had some great stories of his times with him. You know, Ray was an ebullient character, to say the least.
Your contacts in your phone book must be absolutely amazing.
I just kept quiet there, didn't I? The 2-seater going back out. I remember Noel Edmonds used to come in to the races with his helicopter, which, you know, he just loved all that kind of stuff, you know.
Just going back to Tiff briefly, so just had a message from a certain person, and with an update. And Tiff, how old do you reckon Tiff is?
I thought he was in his 60s.
He is in his 60s. He's 68, I believe.
Yeah. Well, it's supporting Southampton.
So,
it's supporting Southampton that's aged him. I don't know if a few people will remember this. He did the RYA Awards some years ago down in Southampton, and turned up a little late. And Jenny Jolf had organised this award ceremony magnificently. It really was very good. And I think he'd been drinking in the director's box after the game.
I'm just trying to think if that's the one that I hosted. I hosted one of them down there. But 2012, maybe, possibly. I can't remember now. All the years are getting a bit of a blur these days. But yeah, I think it was 2012 when I was down there. No, sorry, it would have been 2013 for the 2012 season. There you go.
Mm. And of course, in offshore, internationally, Stefano Casaraghi, who was married to Princess Caroline of Monaco, he came into racing. And Fabio Buzzi told me a story. He was in a restaurant one night, and Casaraghi and Princess Caroline were sitting on the next table. So Buzzi, being Buzzi, decides to just shout across the table and say, "Hey, if you want to win, you buy one of my boats." And a couple of weeks later, Casaraghi was out in a Buzzi hull.
There you go. Good sales technique there, then.
Buzzi was always very fond of that story, and the sport and the marine industry as a whole misses him. He was a wonderful character. Tragic accident in Venice end of last year.
Yeah.
When you talk about phone books, I used to go for lunch with Fabio over in Italy. It was ever so easy to get there. EasyJet from Luton, an hour and a bit, and then you just send a van to pick you up. And we'd go for lunch. Beautiful little farmhouse place just next to his wonderful facility. And he'd get his phone book out, and he was so proud of. And there's the King of Sweden, and there's the King of Spain, and he would just be rattling names off.
And playing top trumps with phone books.
He just loved it. And if the phone rang, he'd have to show you who it was ringing. Ah, this is the Vice President of Argentina. Excuse me.
Brilliant stories.
Someone who helps me with Powerboat Racing World with the translations is Silvia Borganovi. She speaks 5 or 6 languages. And she's a young Italian lady. And I thought it'd be a really good thing for her to go and meet Fabio. And we spent a great day there looking around his facility. He showed us his brand new hydroplane that he'd built for the diesel record. And then he took us for lunch. And yeah, it was a very good memory.
Yeah. Oh. Well, something must be happening your end, John, because on the screen you may be able to see that the GT30 entry list has just popped up, all 13 of them. So
I
that
can
means
see the first
that
boat
we're
going in the
getting
water now.
I'm just going to pop off air for about 5 minutes, and I'll see you very, very shortly.
Yeah, let's come back in 5 or so minutes and wait for the action to start. Hi, Jason. Are you with us?
Hello, yeah, still here, yeah.
Good. Well, we've got 2 minutes into the start, and we've got our favourite music playing. GT30. The story of this weekend. If anyone's interested and you want to see the updated GT15 points, they're on powerbackracingworld.com under last night's article of Slack Terrace leads the way in GT15. So those points are up to Heat 3 have been collated and updated. Whilst we wait for GT30.
Yeah, we've got a few people watching the live stream at the moment, and one of the last names to pop up was Frode. So Frody Sunstall, good morning. Carl Ogden, good morning to you, and Kelly Rudder as well. Kelly's daughter is an up-and-coming GT superstar over here in the UK. No doubt they'll be watching this with great interest to pick up some hints and tips on how it's all done.
Well, you could never describe Frode as up-and-coming, could you? And here we go.
Away we go. So
now, Solvang is a couple of feet behind on that start as they go into this first buoy. So he loses out, Solvang. He's in second position. Our championship leader.
Yeah, this is where they had the Yeah, and I guess Solvang could actually afford to settle in that second position at the moment. That would still probably be enough for him to do it. The big question is where is Harold Sobler? Because he started right at the end of the grid.
As we are, it's Laura from Latvia that leads the race.
So that's boat number 50 then in the lead.
Laura from
then
Latvia.
Out in front as we... Yellow flag wave, John. So something's happened out there on the race course.
Yep, I can't... we've got one race boat broken down here in front of me. And he's actually on the track. He's just sitting there idle. Everything's fine with him. So, caution. As Laura turns... and she passes the stricken boat with Solvang sitting in her wake.
And that boat is just on the exit really of the final turn, just slightly off course, but still wouldn't want to be sitting there. Seems to be another couple of metres or so just off that racing line, but drivers would see the yellow flag and everyone was back into there.
Still going to be under yellow because...
So once again,
sorry, Jason, we're still going to be under yellow because this broken down boat hasn't received a tow as yet. And as I say that, the jet ski comes out to him.
Now we're watching a scrap there. Now I think what's that for? That's one of the mid positions. There was two white boats, I think, just having a battle, but yeah, side by side. It's just in our shot, just to the top right of the screen, behind the red boat coming down towards the final turn. They'll be a little bit cautious now of the possible weight or wash left by that jet ski, but hasn't really left too much of a problem. So that's all good. That's all okay. And these lightweight wing boats can be very, very temperamental in the rough conditions, but it's not really that rough out there at the moment. But get another couple of laps, the water will start to churn up a little bit.
Now, to give you some information, Jason, sorry to talk over you there. To give you some information, the broken down boat is sadly it's Sweden's Hilmer Weberg, who's been racing in both GT15 and GT30 this weekend, got all his family, so he's got a technical problem. He's got a piece of string attached to the jet ski, and he's now been taken, he's off the course, and he's been taken back, and we are now back under racing conditions.
Yeah, a disastrous weekend for him then, because was laying 8th overall in this championship as he entered this race. So it's a no points, so he's going to be throwing away this heat. Hopefully we'll be out for the 4th and final heat later on here this afternoon. Yeah. But the big news is we've got a young lady out in front, Laura, as you said, Laura from Latvia, on lap 3. So Solvang in 2nd position. Do you think Solvang's just settling for it, just driving with a level head at the moment, thinking no heroics, no nothings, no dramas, and just get this race safely under his belt? The pressure's off then.
I think so, and I genuinely think after that accident yesterday, he's a lot more of a grown-up person and a racer today. He seemed taking things very, very seriously this morning. So 300 points, and that will give him 1,000 over 3 heats. And Laura,
yeah, and he can breathe.
Laura, she was on 395 before this, so you do the math, 795 for her.
And at the moment, I mean, Carol Sodler she is now in 6th position, and at the moment that's nowhere near good enough for her to make any serious comeback after yesterday's accident. So it's looking a bit disappointing for boat number 7, Carol Sodler, laying there in 6th position. I fear that she probably is not going to improve on that position unless something else happens.
Yeah.
And
Jason,
I mean, we've seen restarts.
Jason, 76, sorry, R2, he came into this today 2nd overall, and he's lying, what, 4th? Yeah, lying 4th.
He's in 4th position at the moment. Yeah.
So, not probably where he expected to be either.
Yeah, so really they are all out of sync.
They are, and that's played into Solvang's hands, hasn't it?
Very much so, and it's probably breathing a big sigh of relief, I would imagine, at the moment. Not really having to work maybe as hard as he thought he was going to have to this morning. So it's all worked out fine, unofficially at the moment. There's still, what are we on at the moment? 5th lap. We think it's 8 laps in this GT30 race. So Carol Sudler now moves up into 5th position. So
carving her way through the fleet.
The question is, can she now make it up to 4th place? Take some points away from R2, also from Finland. Wait and see on that one. There's action at the moment on the screen though. Oh, and they're very side by side. I said anything could happen. That was almost a race stoppage there with the two boats touching, but the race is stopped at this point. I would guess it would be called as the race result. But we're on lap 6 anyway, and there's no race stoppage because everyone is still motoring around. All the boats are up the right way. Positions still changing throughout the field.
Now, what is interesting, Jason? Jason, what is interesting here is as Solvang comes past, his boat's set up far, far better than it was yesterday. If you remember, he was bouncing around in the cockpit, etc. It's looking really good now.
Now, just while he was saying that, someone missed the turn buoy. Who was that? That could have been boat 47 because he's just moved down the place. So someone having drama off screen, but yeah, I mean, Solvang has obviously made some alterations too. The boat probably made some trim. Maybe they've added a little bit of weight or placed weight in different positions, or maybe it's a different propeller for today. Different propellers will make the boat handle totally differently as well. So yeah, who knows what he's done? But certainly something has improved with Solvang. They have not had the same speed as yesterday, but you know, we don't know if he's definitely going for it or if he's just going for safety at the moment. As John, I think, to the final
on
lap.
that lap, Solvang did have a problem, and you just saw him once again moving in that cockpit, just going into the buoy there. Laura from Latvia leading this race and really looking dominant in this third heat of the GT15 European Championship 2020 here in Lithuania. Which is twinned with the Alton Broads.
Yeah, and we've got some Alton Broadians watching here with us. Ashley Penfold being one of them, a current GT30 driver in his own right.
Right now, I've seen my favourite man, and he's holding the checkered flag. So one more, and there goes the checker for Laura from Latvia. Race boat number 50. She takes the heat win, and Solvang is a few hundred metres behind. And he comes across the line, takes the flag for second. 69 is third.
And the big news is, John, Carol Sodler will take the 4th position, and what a drive from her. I mean, she tried her best, didn't she? You know, last on the grid, and then carving her way through 4th position. So fantastic
she is
stuff.
a steely and determined competitor. So, a heat without incidents, unlike yesterday, but good to watch, good racing. Just doing the calculations there, Jason, I think that will be it for Solvang. I think he will be European champion. Now, obviously, as everyone knows, nothing will be confirmed until after Heat 4 and the technical scrutineering, and so we're going to leave it like that and wait for everything to become official. But unofficially, we do have 3 European champions this afternoon. And do you want to run us through those, Jason?
Yeah, so Solvang, then we're saying we've possibly just seen him take the European Championship, unofficially of course. Slacterus for the GT15, and in the OSY-400, Rene Siusk from Estonia, having also 2 sets of wins. So really, it's only Solvang who has been a little bit random. The other 2 in GT15 have had back-to-back wins, and Solvang really proving that he is a little bit more dramatic and likes to live life a little bit more on the edge. But we'll wait and see, and I'm sure that he has done enough to the championship. But yeah, it makes it exciting. Just having some text spring through from Scott Curtis. Now, let's just read this. So,
and
just reading out the text.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, John. I was just reading. I don't know how you're with this or not, but I've just had a text from somebody. If Laura wins the last heat, this is GT30, she'll have 2 firsts and a second. I'm just looking on the results. So she will have 2 firsts and a second, and that will give her 1,100 points and can't be caught. So that's some good calculations there from Scott. what would I'm just trying to think. Solvang would have. He's just finished second there, hasn't he? So that's 700. Yeah, so that could work, but it depends on where Solvang would finish, I guess. In
So
this
thanks to Scott for that,
last race.
because
So I
then
think
we've
we're
got
still.
two unofficial European champions and a Heat 4 to look forward to in GT30.
Yeah, that makes it very, very interesting. Yeah, thanks, Scott, for that last bit of information. Yeah, that's great calculations. Well done, Scott. Well, yeah, so two possible European champions, and let's wait for the final race of the day. And what a way to end the European Championships from Lithuania, with it all hanging on that last race. And I don't think we could have wished for a better closing race, I think.
No, for sure. Exciting times ahead, certainly for GT30. Jason, I'll take a break and go and get some official results for the Heat 3, start posting them up online, and we'll be back for the three final races of the day.
Yeah, I think we've got a bit of a break now, haven't we? Just looking at the time schedule on from your times, 11:30 was that last GT30 race, and then I think we're back Lithuanian time at 1 p.m.
Great stuff. Look forward to it. Speak to you all then. We're signing off now for the moment.
На.
Ой, я пам'ятаю, що довел, короче, солнышко, блядь. Ты там помнишь, у нас под Герон здесь какой-нибудь ветер.
Tango? Oi, das OSY, das ist kompakt.
Какая добавила, блядь.
Гей было, блядь.
Молдона?
Блядь, он много какой-то съемки следовать не делал, сейчас увидел, вот, нарисовал,
Велико что
можно? Шкагуа, ну и передал это, есть
Ник? Надо лямпочку есть, да?
Эй, кто нахуй, блядь? Эй, кто моя хиека, блядь, большая вот эта фигня, штучечка вечная, флора и фауна. Лорбичный, папа лучше.
Слава, что мы видели. Супер,
Просто почувствовать, да, это?
Стало нет, у меня зря. Да, я просто, надо всем детей забыть.
Уже можно да.
Только область, короче, что-то.
я
Только область, это вот что-то, короче, историка на проспектах. Да и байки Мексика. Собрал тысячу суток, скелеты, я думаю, если все границы, давай пойдешь, такие помашешь, мы потом я проверяю, это видео, сразу, если телефон не правда, ты другая, телефон Ивана, даже поддерживаешь. Подарвена там как люди, когда ты кстати, когда ты дверные ночи, ты когда правила взять долетаешь. Человек из новой ветки, мира, человек дальше, что люди там чуть-чуть нас там затеяли, сразу нахуй, я тебе представляю, куда, а человека был изгнание, сам, человека и я отвозил их, это таких колорадов, это не было, рано попал
С прожектором, блядь, что дискотека.
Порвать красного того до штейса.
Я сам сауна
Ты из-под идея, блядь, на солнце саундовки. Противно.
А у тебя, во-первых, Iya, pakai itu juga.
Mana?
Ya, wis.
Профилактики не даете? Знаешь, сколько видишь места, где тратят, знаешь, бизнес, который... Sai che ho provato, Giro perché lei lo dovrebbe essere in placca. Che ho fatto buona salute. Сидит за кибра. Это Ирги.
Nesupratau. Čia man trim dienom užteks biuro, sekantį dieną ateina, nu kaip, vaim, mes vienu iš pirmą. Aišku, sėdi lakį, biuro, tai tenai, o
Dabar režisuosi, Andriu. Tai gerai, tada užsidedu kitas ausines. Girdžiu puikiai ir aiškiai.
You like?
Good afternoon, welcome back to Lithuania.
Yep, welcome back, John. And this is it, isn't it? This is Heat 4 of the GT15 finals. And we think, John, that we've already crowned a European champion.
Yeah, for sure. We've crowned a couple. The GT30 is all to be decided later, and that's going to be between Solvang and Laura from Latvia. And that's going to be the headline race of this afternoon. But of course, we have to finish the GT15, where we believe that Slakteris is already the European champion. And of course, OSY-400.
Yep, Rennie Siusk from OSY-400 from Estonia doing the Estonians' proud, and Rasmus will be pleased with that as well, because it means that at least the European Championship will go back to Estonia this weekend. So we wait for the fourth and final heat then for the GT15s, and John, already we are away.
Yeah, and a lovely start for the 5 boat there.
Yeah, Pinlack then getting a good start in a pole position. Obviously, I'm assuming then that Slactress choosing not to go out in this race.
Yep, that was the sensible decision, wasn't it?
Yeah, you've done the job. You don't need to break or wreck the equipment just for the sake of it. And we've seen it happen before, where drivers have gone out and they didn't need to, and then wreck the equipment, which is never a good way to end a meeting.
Now Eric from Estonia, who's leading this race in that bright yellow hull, 400 points are going to be crucial to him because he's after a UIM silver medal.
Yeah, and that's going to help him in a big way. And I'm just looking at him at the moment. So he's currently, what's he, third at the moment, isn't he?
He's on 665, yeah.
He is. So he could actually upgrade in this race, and he's certainly setting himself out and setting himself up for 400 points here for this final win. There's a lot of jostling for positions midfield, isn't there? But that's not affecting our race leader at the moment. But I think, John, when it's a bit of a moment there, 2 boats colliding, the blue and yellow boats both getting together.
All sorts of things going on that back leg.
Yeah, all sorts of dramas. Hopefully everyone's up the right way, and I think they are. Certainly number 4 getting involved. That's Paul Richard Lure from Estonia. He was involved in a little bit of a bump and tussle, but he's all okay. But I think it shows, John, how close and competitive the GT15 class and also really the GT30 classes are.
Yeah.
Everyone really at top level racing, and they're all within a hundredth of a second of each other.
Crucial that Nida here, 11 from Lithuania, currently running in second overall in the championship, so crucial he holds that position for 300 points. That'll put him on 1050.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get the job done then. We are now, let's see, end of lap number 2 almost. So it will seem a long race, especially for the race leader, who is hoping for bigger and better things. At least he'll be on the podium, I think, as it stands anyway. But as you said, he's just aiming. And look at that, John. He was looking all over his shoulders there just to see, right, where's everybody else?
Yeah. And that's the story I've got to tell you later when we get into GT30 about looking over shoulders. That's going to be an interesting one.
That sounds like that's full of all sorts of stories.
I've been over to speak to Laura from Latvia, and of course to Anders from Norway. I spoke to them while they were having their lunch. So we've got interesting stuff for that race.
Yeah, that certainly promises to be an up-and-coming race to watch. The final race, of course, the GT30s, as we watch boat number 11 at the moment, currently the second position boat, and possibly a silver medal coming for Kiln State. We'll wait and see if that happens or not. 15 there, the red and yellow top boat now about to be passed by number 19, so a little bit lower down, the positions for 11th and 12th position changing there. So there are battles really all over the place, but not for this man. Out in front in number 5, seemed a bit calmer that time. It wasn't really checking over his shoulder. It has a quick glance, the traditional, as you round the buoy, where exactly is the next boat. Well,
and the race leader, the race leader here, Eric from Estonia. Really, that heat 1 let him down, just 40 points. And heat 2, 225. Heat 3, 400. So
yeah, so that's cost him really.
Yeah.
As you said. Now the water once again really beginning to chop up as we get through the race. It's nearly up to the halfway stage of this last final heat for the GT15s. So Eric currently in the lead at the moment, hoping that it's going to hang together. and still concerned exactly where Hilnskate is from Lithuania, the local driver, boat number 11, in second position at the moment, second in the points at the moment. As you said, John, on 750 points. Going back to retro colour schemes, that the boat of the second place boat in this race reminds me of the old roller truck colour schemes that used to be sported by, we were talking about Chris Hodges earlier, but it looks very sort of reminiscent of the roller truck scheme. But Eric in the lead at the moment, lap number 4. And I'm guessing that Slackless is watching this race from the bank, and just wondering who he's going to be standing on the podium with, who he's going to be. Well, it won't be champagne, I guess, John. I guess it will be fizzy lemonade or soda water or something.
Yeah, GT15. GT15 soda.
Yeah, Lambrini then probably.
If you're old enough to drink, you're not old enough. You're too old to be in GT15.
So there we go, the race leader then. Another change of positions mid-pack. But there is the leader at the moment. It all looks under control, doesn't it? It all looks pretty calm and collected for our race leader, Eric. He goes into lap number 5.
Now, I know you always like a weather update, Jason. The wind is quite a bit stiffer, has been for last hour.
Now, that makes it, well, not only crucial in this race, but if it gets stronger, it's going to be absolutely a game changer in the GT30 class.
It's certainly the weather that Solvang's looking at.
Yeah, no doubt he's got his own little weather app on his phone, or a weather station at their base. So yeah, they'll be keeping their eye on that. They may, because it's fixed trim, they may have to just trim it in slightly. These boats, they're designed to trap the air just underneath the wing boats, these GT15s and GT30 boats are. So very sensitive to wind conditions. Oh, and another little glance there from the race leader. He's still
and now
curious.
he's taken the checkered flag, and that is the win, Jason. So he wins heat 4, 400 points. Gives him 1065 over the 4 heats.
If we look at boat number 70 there, currently in 7th position of Wilberg, and really not the weekend that Wilberg wanted. He said it all went wrong, didn't it? But yeah, boat number 70 in that 7th position.
So now flag waver, he's nowhere near as vociferous as he was yesterday. Obviously getting tired through the weekend. Oh, he is now. He's giving 69 and 15 a big old wave, and then he's going to give 85. There you go. That's his grand finale.
He's of course saving it, isn't he, for the big race later on here this afternoon. He's saving it for the GT30 race where, you know, he might even take off if it gets windy.
As I said earlier, I had a very, very long chat with him this morning, but it was one way because he didn't speak English.
Did you tell him that we were impressed?
I did, and he didn't understand a word I was saying. So I started to do motions, and then it got a bit complicated.
And then he got banned from the venue.
Again? So that's the conclusion of GT15 this weekend. And we now await for the technical scrutineering and the weighing and the official decisions.
You were going to say I thought you were going to say politics then, but I'm sure there will be no politics involved in any of that. It all looks good, clean fun. I'm sure the engines are all technically legal. They're not allowed to bend them, tune them, or anything else in these stock classes.
So next up is the fourth and final race of OSY-400.
Yeah, and I have to say that the OSY-400's really, this weekend, it really has been a completely anyone's guess on who was going to take home the championship, because, as I said earlier, the big guns really, the big names in OSY-400 certainly, for whatever reasons, not running this weekend. Certainly Rasmus, I know he's had his fair share of wins, a multi-European and world champion. Obviously not running. Cesare, I think, well, we all know that Cesare's moved on from OSY-400. Cesare Strumach, a very, very competitive driver. Brzezinski, of course. Brzezinski, I know, is in Slovakia at home at the moment. He's watching the event, but he's not there racing in it. But we look forward to racing with him, hopefully next year when things are a little bit more back to normal. And I'm pretty sure that Brzezinski will have something up his sleeve. But at the moment, Miroslav is watching the opposition. So really, obviously the drivers that are there, Rennie Siusk, and I sent John a prediction earlier before the weekend started, who I thought may be at the top there, and he was one of the names, and Brzezinski was the other, but Brzezinski obviously, as just said, is not there. And Gintras was the other one, and Gintras is certainly there. He's in second position.
The thing is, Captain Hindsight, I do have your text message.
So yeah, not a bad prediction then, not really.
No.
But it is a very depleted field. I mean, the Brits aren't there. Certainly there's Wayne Moyes and Jamie Marr, who possibly would have run at international level. I've still yet to do an international abroad. I've done internationals obviously in this country, but never abroad. So maybe next year is we might look at that. But certainly Jamie Marr, an international driver from the UK, and Wayne Moyes. He had a bit of, I think it was at Sweden, wasn't it, where Wayne actually had a bit of a rough ride.
But I think, Jason, had you raced here this weekend and not been on the commentary, maybe the 16,000 viewers would have been lining the banks, and that would have caused a COVID issue. How could you social distance Mantrip's fans?
We have to social distance the family, let alone anything else. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering where we would have finished as a team this weekend. We would have finished somewhere. Possibly on the podium, maybe. Or maybe I'd have crashed out into the turn, boys, and we wouldn't have finished at all. But it looks a fairly, from my point of view and from watching at home, it looks a fairly easy course. I said earlier in the earlier broadcast that it looks a fairly easy course to drive, throttle wide open. Not really any need to blip the throttle to get the front of the boat down. It's not breezy. That's all right saying that. I'm sitting at home in the warm, not having to do anything. But I'm pretty sure it looks a fairly comfortable drive out there. As you mentioned earlier, pretty much likened to Stewartby, but without the wind.
And without a Premier Inn.
And without the Premier Inn. See, we slum it even more. It's the Travel Lodge up the road. Which is even worse. Other travel places are available. Maybe I should have said Travel Tavern rather than actually.
Was that where Alan Partridge stayed?
I think it was. I think we see him in the lobby. He had a Metro parked outside.
We talked about celebrities earlier, weren't we? I just remembered. Were you at Coniston a few years ago when Rob Brydon was there on holiday?
No, I wasn't. No, did he do his Ken Bruce impression?
He was actually quite funny in the what's the pub called? The Black. Is it the Black something? The pub there, the one as you walk up the lane, and it's the first pub. I always use the first pub, obviously. After I've depleted the Bluebirds' Peroni supply.
So he was quite amusing then, Rob. What was he doing up there?
He was on holiday with his family, but he just was chatting to us at the bar, and he was really interested in what was going on.
Someone actually texted also, Sharon Davis also used to race in Formula 4.
Yeah, Lang Holmes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a good story. But obviously, Steve Curtin was in F1. Curtin's PR man was the late Max Clifford.
Wow.
And Clifford obviously had ended up his life in prison. But at the time, he was a huge publicist and knew all the names. And that was kind of an idea to get her in, to raise the profile of Lang Holmes, etc.
Yeah, and kind of worked, didn't it, as well? And Steve was always very professional in how he operated a team. He was always, and still is, he's still quite active in, maybe not in current racing, but certainly on the Fast on Water projects. We had a big get together at Bristol. I think it was about 3 years. Was it 3 years ago? 4 years ago? Where we had Billy Seabold come across from the States, and we all had a gala dinner, a bit of an awards evening. And Steve helped. Well, actually, Steve, as you know, was the fastest man in Bristol docks, and also the last person to drive an F1 around Bristol docks, because that's what he done in the Fast on Water reunion. Just struggling to remember what year it was. Someone's going to text me in a minute and tell me. But
80.
But it was nice.
85. No, but yeah.
We last raced there in 1990, but we had the reunion.
A couple of years, 2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah. So,
but Steve told me this story about Max Clifford. He said one night he rang him up and he said, Steve, you've got to go to this premiere, a movie premiere with Sharon Davies. He said, I want you to, the paparazzi getting you, and you're an item. He said, yeah, well, there's one slight problem. I'm married.
I think I'm seeing Steve in a few weeks' time, so I'll pass on my regards.
Yeah, please do. Get him to tell you that story, because it is rather amusing. I think actually the story was even worse. I think he actually rang his wife and asked him.
Yeah, I'm sure Jill was impressed with that.
Now, last time I think it was at Y Boston Lake. Someone was on the water. Someone was testing at Y Boston, and Steve brought his big mobile home. Oh, that's right. I think it was it was an F2 boat. I think it was Gordon Cook's F2 boat, and the idea was to give Steve a drive, for old time's sake type thing. And very sadly, the motor didn't play ball.
Oh.
Yeah, we had sort of Chris Davies up there, I think, to take the shots. It was going to be a bit of a fun item.
I mean, Steve last really raced competitively back in, that was 1998, and I always felt that he had a couple more years, maybe a few more years left in him after that, but the F2, he done the series, the F2 series in 1998, and then that was kind of it for Steve, really.
Well, he got into the sport, didn't he, by chance, just heard powerboat racing going on behind him. And it's a very similar story to how Eric and Anders Stark, it was a very similar thing. They just heard it happening and then sort of said, oh, what's this?
Yeah, very curious, and just have a look and see what's going on. And very similar to my story. I think I said when I was 3 years old, I said to my dad, "What are those boats? What's the noises about?" And here we are. I don't know, how old was I then? 3 years old. So some 10 years later, plus some.
The thing was, I got into it when I was about 13, but even when I was 13, I knew about it. I knew about powerboat racing. It was on the television and it was in the newspapers. So it wasn't as if it was brand new to me. You knew some of the names and some of the stuff. As we talked about Noel Edmonds earlier, he'd done a big thing on Swap Shop, which is a BBC Saturday morning show, and had done I think a 45-minute documentary of it, which I'd watched as a youngster.
And Philip Schofield actually, he done a record run, didn't he, at Windermere in one of the chummy boats.
Well, it was so funny because I was very sadly at just about to go to Ray Baldwin's funeral in February, and I got a text message when Philip Schofield revealed and came out. So the text message was a friend of mine who was in Windermere with me in 1988, and Schofield was up there that year, and it was an open secret. We knew, in '88, and
Yeah.
a few of your circuit boys, they were terrible to him. We were in the bar there in the Lowood, and you know what it was used to be like there, just drink,
Yeah.
drink, drink, drink. And he was desperately trying to go to bed, and I'll never forget, he was pulled back down the stairs by his legs. Get back in the bar.
Maybe that's what had the lasting effect on him, maybe.
He was how can I put it? He was a television presenter even then. Now, I think Schofield would have raced or ran down Windermere the equivalent of a GT15 boat from memory. Would that be
I
right?
think,
What that would have been back in the 80s, Jason, the sort of the smallest class.
Yeah, Tony Williams organised it. It was, it was a little chummy boat, which is basically a smaller Bristol hull, and I'm sure it's a 25 horsepower Mercury. I know Tony's still got the boat, because Tony's got quite a lot of stuff left in containers. He moved a long, long time ago, and I don't think the containers have been opened since. But I know certainly that he still has these boats, because there was talk of actually trying to dig one out and see if we can get one up and running. But so the equipment's still there. So yeah, it was a 25 horsepower chummy effort, shall we say? But Schofield got the record, didn't he? So.
Yeah, and then it was on Going Live on the Saturday morning. They did a nice thing. And I think it's about 8 or 9 years ago, I was in a car boot sale, and I picked up a VHS copy of it. And it was quite fun to watch. Yeah?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it.
And I was so thrilled because you can just sort of see our race boat and me in it. It was pouring with rain that week, absolutely teeming it down. And I bought myself some very nice yellow waterproofs. Unusual for it to rain in the Lake Districts, I guess.
Oh, very odd.
But even up to about the year 2001, you could, for a £5, buy a licence and take someone down the water at Windermere during the Speed Records week and stick him in the back of an offshore boat. I know that used to be kind of a thing.
Yeah, that would have been good, actually. And again, going on what we were saying yesterday, just get people in boats, get them experience and, what it's like as a driver, because they don't get that chance to experience it anywhere else. So,
no. I mean, back in '88, I remember I took in my Ron Warbolder built my offshore cat, and I took him down the lake, and that was a lot of fun. You remember Ron Warbold, the circuit boat builder?
Yeah. It's difficult to do that in a hydro, although it has been done, I believe, with a side-by-side hydro. But certainly you wouldn't want anyone laying on top of you.
A tea tray for two.
Yeah. Although some of Urco's earlier boats, the Mosquitoes, there's loads of room in there. So if you had two smaller sized people in there, you could probably do it.
Yeah, he was probably designing it for himself.
Urko was he's quite a tall lad, isn't he? Urko, quite thick set as well. So
he's got a marquee just along here, so a perfect view of the lake. So he's all set up quite nicely.
question is, how many boats has he sold this weekend? Because he'll be, I guess. So I mean, obviously, Rennie's he's from Estonia, but is who's Urko with? Is he with Rennie or is he with Gintres? Gintres is obviously running the Mosquito boat.
He's with a cast of thousands, and they're all wearing the same T-shirt.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're all in the same T-shirt. You know, they didn't buy an XXXL. They're all kitted out, looking good. And apart from that first night when they arrived and had a couple, they've been a really dedicated team this weekend.
Yeah, I know that when my boat fell apart, Urko flew from Estonia across and fixed the boat at no extra cost, and really kind gesture from Urko.
Good guy.
And yeah, absolutely.
Have you seen that shot on Facebook where Dave Sheldon, an offshore racer, bought him 21 shots in Macau? You should have seen his face.
Did they all disappear?
Oh, absolutely. It was a very, very long night. For them, I went to bed early because I wanted to go sightseeing in Hong Kong the next day.
No. So just on OSY, because that's coming up next then. So they changed another rule that has been changed for this year is the weight limit. So it was 180 kilos all up, driver and engine and boat and propeller and everything else. But then they've now added an extra 10 kilos. So it's now 190 kilos all up. So it's kind of helping the larger driver, the bigger driver. I'm not sure if that was done to slow us down a bit, or really what the reason behind it was. I know the boats were getting lighter, but 180 kilos is 180 kilos, and it had kind of been that for quite a while. So, I'm not really sure on the decision, but
well, let's just move on to GT30 for a minute. I'm just looking at Facebook and Solvang Racing's page. So he's posted really what he told me at lunchtime. He needs to win, and Laura from Latvia needs to win. They both need the race win. He is in a very difficult place right now. He's got a prop that he knows gives him acceleration. He's got a prop that he knows that he won the World Championship last year on that gives him speed. So, didn't know which propeller to run, and really couldn't work out how his tactics were going to be with her. But it would appear, and we're going to have to see this, that they will go for the acceleration prop to get the start.
Yeah. I think he needs to get the start.
Yeah.
And I think what he needs to do is not do what happened yesterday. He doesn't need to get involved in any incidents on that first corner, because if they both get wiped out, how does that leave things? Would that help him? I guess it would help him, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But not the way. Obviously, he'd want to.
No.
He wouldn't want to win it that way. But
no. No, that reminds me of an F1 race between Schumacher and Villeneuve, where I was actually there down in Jerez in Spain, where, if we remember, Schumacher punted Villeneuve off thinking he was clever.
Yeah, it didn't work.
And they took his points away from the season, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, he tried to repeat basically, obviously, what he'd done to Damon Hill a few years before, and that time paid off. But the Villeneuve one, I know the crash you're on about, and it didn't work that time for Shuey.
So that's his conundrum. His team were really busy at work on the engine, just getting everything sorted all the way through. So, and what they do is they do all the work, and he sits in his tent on his telephone.
All right, that's quite. So, who's he talking to though?
Well, he's you know, what they do on these telephones, I have no idea. But they make the decision, the call on the prop as well. So it'll be the final decision, his father. Say, right, go with this. Now, you just said you've got to get the start, and I've spoken to other GT15 people at lunchtime. They all say, yes, you've got to get the start. But is there not a thought process where if you sat behind and put Laura under pressure, would that work?
And force her into a...
Yeah.
I don't know. I think personally, from my point of view, I'd want to be getting on with it and just getting it in the bag. But yes, I tell you what, it's actually quite a bit of pressure on him, isn't it? I just hope, I'm really hoping that he doesn't make, I'm sure he won't, but you just don't want to see the mistakes that we saw yesterday. As I said, it's not going to affect him really too much, but even so, I think what we want to see in GT30, the final heat, is a good scrap between these two.
And a clean fight.
And a clean fight, and the best man or lady, in this case, will win the day. But I think it's going to be something special to watch, and a great way to close the Lithuanian European Championships.
Yeah, and he said, you know, to come all this way and to be on the podium should be great, but he's a winner.
Absolutely. Now, we were saying earlier about the wind picking up. Now, I mean, I'm just looking at the course at the moment. I can see some ripples kind of...
Yeah, it's blowing
across. Yeah. So we need to watch that. We need to watch the wind. It's not going to affect the hydros too much, but certainly in the final race. And if they go... I mean, what way's the wind blowing, John? When they go into the first corner, is it blowing down the straight?
So as they start, the wind is coming in to their port hand side. So it's blowing, yes. So it's blowing towards the start pontoon.
Yeah, so that's really, that's not ideal, is it?
I've got some amazing news. There's a Lithuanian photographer just walking towards me with his tripod and various lenses. And you're not going to believe this, he's a spitting image of Fred.
No. Is it Fred?
Well, he's not drinking rum, so...
Speedos?
No, he's wearing a fetching pair of chinos and a Fred shirt. And he's got himself in place for the start shot, which is nice.
Yeah, he's expecting some action. Talking of action, how are the boats getting on with lining up on the grid?
Yeah, the drivers are starting to get into their boats. Sorry, it just took me a while to get out of my deck chair.
Too comfy.
Oh no, age, unfortunately. It's the aches.
So obviously you're there with the officials and everybody. I mean, the UIM obviously sends a commissioner there. I mean, have you had a chance to speak to the UIM commissioner this weekend and get the opinions from a kind of official UAM point of view of how the event is going.
Well, as I said about Susan Key, they're all thoroughly enjoying it. And taking it really seriously. I mean, they're working in the hotel last night outside till late with the paperwork and other bits and pieces. They have to write up the jury, etc., the jury protest, etc. And it's a good team they've got here, really good team. And it's lovely to see. One of the officials is the guy that does the UIM photos on the Facebook. I don't know if you see that page.
Yeah.
They're super, super keen. And of course, just pleased to see action. The Russian guy I'm staying with, he's a scrutineer. Very, very decent chap. I was obviously joking with him about them yesterday, but good guy, and knows his stuff, knows his boat racing.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about the possible chance of Edgar Ross putting on an event in a few weeks' time in Tunis.
All right, we've got engine firings. We got engine firings here,
right,
Jason.
So what we need to talk about then. So this is the last heat of the OSY-400. So they are running the engines, so revving the engines. They can't do that in the water. Because there's no starter motor on these boats. They are pulled, of course, by the mechanics, the ripcord wrapped around the flywheel. So they can rev the engines really until the last 30 seconds. Normally, to be honest, John, they don't really need to be that hot, the temperature needs to be about 50-ish. They normally stop revving the engines after the 1 minute, then they lower the boats into the water. And then they're ready for the off. 7 drivers looking up the course, looking at the start lights, but it will be the mechanics that will get them away. And they can get just as nervous, John, as the drivers, because it's all really down to them. If they make a bit of a mess up of the start, they're the ones who have to kind of live with it. And, I've been lucky in the past. My crew, 100% spot on with every time. It never, ever fails. And of course, if it does, sometimes it doesn't matter because there's always another race. But it's a lot of pressure.
Most people would like to give you a UIM gold. Most people would like to give you a UIM gold medal just for your commentary.
A lot of people would like to give me a lot of things, I think. But we wait and see what happens for the final heat. And what do you think is going to happen, John? Is Rennie going to try and make it 4 out of 4 just to prove a point? Is he even on the start grid? I'm assuming he is.
As I say, it's just out of my view, Jason, unfortunately. So we're going to know on that stand. We're going to know now. So 21 leads. No, 43, 14. So he's also done the sensible option.
Yeah. Yeah, just like Rasmus would have done as well. And that was an interesting manoeuvre. So Gintras has pulled off the racecourse, and now what's happened there is, has everyone gone round the wrong turn, boy?
I think he's elected to take his long lap.
Well, it happens in offshore, but...
No, I jest.
Well, that was... Wow. What happened there? I'm not sure, but whatever happened to Gintras, he's not in the race, and that means...
It's not an X-Cat, you know.
So there's Gintras. He could have won this race. I don't think it's going to make too much difference, but he'll be furious if it was a genuine mistake. And we were saying about, drivers looking at the lights. I guess starting in pole position, the pressure obviously must have got to him.
Yeah.
But Gintras then, well, a big mistake, and surely that puts him in last position.
And for an experienced competitor, Jason.
Well, yeah, absolutely. He's by no means a newcomer. In fact, a very, one of the top drivers now in OSY-400. And to make that mistake, well, he's going to be so furious and angry with himself. He's now going to probably overdrive the boat, but we'll wait and see. It's a short race as well, isn't it? So we'll wait and see if he can make up any ground, but I fear that he probably won't, and it does mean that Doris is in second position, the Latvian, in boat number 33.
You can see how dispirited he is. See how dispirited he is just by the way he's driving past us.
Well, he's going to get a podium, but I'm sure that he wanted the last race to be a race win, so at least he could have one under his belt and go home
Do you know,
with a view.
You could see the despair was oozing from his cockpit as he came past.
Yeah, I bet, and you know, and you can tell by the body language, can't you? And even the way how the driver responds with the boat. I know when I make mistakes, just overdrive the boat and seem to throw it into the corners and then make more mistakes. But yeah, you have to feel for him. But now I remember being on the start grid with Jamie Marr. We were at the start of the race, and we're on the start grid. We're all told at drivers' meeting where the first turn is and where the demarcation is. I remember Jamie saying, "What way's the start?" So, always quite amusing on the start grid with Jamie. Well, we're now looking at lap 2, and we're looking at the race leader, boat number 43, the yellow boats from Lithuania, Arvidas, who has had a pretty good weekend by all accounts. As I said, I raced with him in his early days at Nottingham. Very good driver. We had a good scrap ourselves, although we were running at the back of the field. But now he's come on leaps and bounds, and now is in the lead of this final heat for the OSY-400s. So these boats then, powered by 33 horsepower engines, 400cc, and just like the other two classes, they are not allowed to tune the engines. They've all got to be standard, out of the box. The Japanese motors are used in stadium racing first, so they're kind of second hand before we can even get our hands on them. There is the very deluded now boat number 21, Gintaros, who he's kind of trying to make the most of a bad race now.
Yep, the Japanese. You talk about the stadium racing. The Japanese stadium racing is absolutely huge.
Yeah, it's a big thing over there. I use the engines, I think, for a season, and then sell them on to various Yamato outlets. And most of the European guys really sort of deal with Mike Ward, who's based just down the road from us in Blunderston. He's the European dealership for Yamatos, and has kind of kept the class together, I think, not only in the UK but also in Europe and all over the world, really. I know certainly some of the Americans go to Mike to pick up engine parts and spares, although Mike tells me that sometimes it is a little bit tricky to kind of get hold of parts. As I was saying yesterday, really the Japanese engines, the 302, the older model, is almost coming towards the end of its life, but you know, it's the better motor, it's the faster motor, so we're still just trying to hang on to these 302 engines before we all have to go and race a slightly slower motor, which is the 321. So John, we're getting towards the conclusion then of this OSY-400 race. You should see the man with the flag very shortly, and we need to make sure that he's got all of the energy to wave it. We just watched Gintaros, probably should have been the race winner, but unfortunately, well, it's quite interesting to see what happened there and why it happened. So disappointing for him. As that concludes it, so our friend from Lithuania, Arvidas, in boat number 43, taking the final win for the OSY-400 European Championships, which means that Rennie Siusk, unofficially, we're saying, is going to be crowned the European OSY 400 champion for 2020. And if so, congratulations. And it goes back to Estonia one more time. And although it's only 6 laps of action, sometimes, you know, it's still quite physical on the body. As I said, you're controlling the boat with one hand, steering it, and the other hand gripping on the left hand to the throttle. And you're not only holding it open, but you're trying to hold on with the throttle as well. So you're multitasking with the left hand, but trying to control the boat with the right hand. And, you know, in rougher races, if there was more boats, probably by about lap 4, you're going to be thinking, is this race over and done with yet? As I said to John, and yeah, sorry, carry on, John.
Yeah, I was just, if we move away now from OSY 400, some rather sad news has come in. The Team Bricker Racing, a New Zealand-based team, Australian-based team, I'm sorry, came over to compete in the 2018 UIM F2 World Championship. And sadly, their logistics manager, Stu Rankin, who we all had a good few beers and a laugh with, has sadly passed away, and that news has just come out. And anyone that was on that 2018 World Championship tour will have fond memories of him. And it was good fun when Gavin Bricker came up to race in UIM. And so condolences to his family and, of course, to the team.
Yeah, some sad news there for us all today, and our thoughts are with the friends and family, of course, there. So we just wait then for the course to be cleared of the OSY 400 boats, which won't take very long. In fact, most of them are now out of the water. And you can see how light they are, because at most you need 3 people, but you can lift them. Some of the lighter boats you can lift with just 2 people. It's much easier with 3. The driver's normally gone by this point. The driver's normally run away from the scene. So coming up next will be the final race, and what a race it's going to be. It is all to play for in the final race of the weekend, the European Championships from Lithuania, and we wrap it up with GT30. And the battle between Laura from Latvia and Solvang from Norway will be the big decider.
Šios dienos keletą ar? Ten skilo nuo. Tiesiog dabar darydami laivą kažkur įdėsit.
Have you got your Sunday roast to look forward to?
I'm not really sure. I think it might be chips up the Yarmouth seafront, you know.
Oh, very
Go and
nice
check
too.
out the old Jim Davison. Oh, yeah, and why not?
Have you got your Sunday roast to look forward to?
What about your lunch, John? Is that? Well, I guess you've had your lunch actually. I've
Skipped it.
So you've got an early travel back tomorrow. You say 6? Was it 6 a.m. in the morning?
Yes. So probably what I'll do is I'll party through the night and go straight to the airport because, you know, why not?
No change there then. So that'll be good.
It's always good to get the 2 hours back that have been stolen.
Yeah, it seems a bit strange. I was having breakfast just, you know, as we're halfway through your day, and
Yes, it's one of,
very odd.
it's a very strange time zone. 2 hours. So 4 you go to the UAE, and yeah, okay. Singapore 8, fine, but 2 hours is very odd. And obviously, when you get here, the pubs shut 2 hours too early, don't they? That's the problem.
That is the thing. So yeah, as you say, you are robbed. Does that mean that you have to squeeze more drinking time in? Just more drinks into the time available?
Well, there's very little of that going on, really. It's a bit too busy this weekend, to be fair. And I would
But John,
imagine, well, once we've had the results and the ceremony, I would imagine people were getting packed up to get going.
It always amazes me that, you know, at boat events that it takes, you know, 2 or 3 days to kind of set up, and then we're all gone. We're almost like gypsies or pikeys or
Yes.
travellers is probably the technical word, you know.
Yeah,
And we're all gone overnight.
yeah, it can be very sort of very weird on a Sunday evening, can't it? And all the tents have gone down and people are going, and then if you are staying until the next day, you think, crikey, there's no one out.
Yeah, that's it. And like you say, the day after, it's like the event was never even there. The tents are gone, the boats are gone, the drivers are gone, everything's gone.
Then in offshore,
And
it's
you're probably
offshore it's slightly different, because I remember the Cowes race, offshore race last year, and it was the usual thing, people partying to 3 o'clock on a Monday morning, and all the race boats were still in the pits the next day.
Does that mean that offshore guys are slightly more hardcore than circuit races?
I just think it's been a historical thing. But obviously, if you're racing in your home country, you haven't got that far to go home, have you? With these people, they've got some long old trips, ferry trips, etc. Ferry connections to catch.
Yeah, makes for, and then it messes your whole week up in the week to follow, doesn't it? Because you're just trying to gain back sleep time and everything else, energy.
One of the competitors was telling me about the ferry ride over. He said, imagine a long ferry trip, socially distanced. He said it wasn't easy.
Well, we were talking about Fred Emily earlier, and Fred's rejoined us, so welcome back, Fred. He's just joined us to watch the final race of the weekend. And I guess, John, I guess that Fred would be doing. I guess these photography, you'd have to do screenshots.
Sorry, Jason. Fred would be.
Yeah, he's photography because he's not at the event. I guess Fred would have to do it by screenshots. He'd be screenshotting the video footage, I guess.
Yeah.
He'll probably answer that in a minute.
Fred loves Lithuania.
Well, John, you can answer. There's another. Our friend Christoph. He's asked: is there going to be any racing in the UK this year? And you mentioned earlier something.
Yeah, British Offshore. They'll be racing not next weekend, end of this month, down in Poole on the Saturday and the Sunday. That's the August Bank Holiday weekend. So that's the UCOPRA sanctioned offshore series. Got 24 boats at the moment signed up for that one, and there's some blast from the past. There's the old Unipark Cougar Cat coming out, Yellow Jama, the old Cougar Monohull. It could well be an 80s revival.
So the Unipark boat got fully restored then, I assume, the one that was down at the museum.
Yeah, it's really near me. It's in a farm couple of villages away from me, and I went to have a look at it, and it's been a beautiful restoration job, and now she's all painted back into colours again and looks absolutely stunning. Motors run up for the first time yesterday. So yeah, we've got offshore powerboat racing in Britain in a couple of weekends time, and I dare say I'll pop down to Poole and have a little look at that.
Yeah, it's not looking so good for circuit racing. I think we called the shots on it a few weeks ago and said no, that was it for us until next year. But I'm just going back to the Unipark boat. So I remember seeing the Unipark boat at the museum when we collected a load of stuff up there, and we were, as fast on water, we were toying with trying to save it ourselves because it was outside. You probably know it, John. It was outside. It was in a really, really sorry state. But then luckily, as you said, you know, that other people came in and took care of it, and it's so good to hear. Not only has it been restored, because back in the day, and you'll be able to tell me more about it, it had a big, and that's kind of what ripped the boat off until it was kind of repaired to stand in the museum.
Yeah, it took out the side of the sponson, and that was the end of John Yeoman's racing career, who owned and drove it, and he'd spent quite enough money on powerboat racing, thank you very much, and walked away. And as you say, the boat then sort of got patched up to put into Basildon, and then the new owner, Robin Ward, who's based sort of the Silverstone area, let's put it there, between Silverstone and Brackley. He's been involved in motorsports, etc., and as I say, he's done an amazing restoration job on it. It was built in the Bahamas. Cougar licensed it out, and it was originally built for Ted Tolman's twin sons, Gary and Mike. And of course, you have one of those racing in Alton Broad.
Yeah, I think certainly Mike was going to take this year off. Well, we've all taken this year off now, haven't we? And I do know that the equipment's up for sale, so I'm not sure if Mike's going to continue or if that will be it now for him. But certainly, and I know Mike also donated an absolutely gorgeous trophy for the club as well. So Mike's still involved at club level, and it's good to see. You know, it's a big name. It's a big name from the past, and we were certainly very, very proud to have him on board at our club here at Lowestoft on Alton Broad.
Yeah. Yeah, the Tolman name was absolutely huge in offshore in the 80s. Of course, Tolman bought Cougar Marine and was a part of that development when they went into the US, into Miami. And so, you know, the Curtises were always thankful for that. That really did raise the game for that company. And And there wasn't really, if you were on a motorway in those days, you couldn't miss a Tolman transport lorry, because he would used to take all the Ford cars out of Dagenham. That's where he started with the transport company.
Yeah.
And Ted's still with us, living in the southern hemisphere. He's 80s now.
I was just enjoying the noise of that Optimax there, just for a few more times. So yeah, so once again, obviously, you know, Garos is looking ahead. He's looking to try and get this event up and running in a few weeks' time, which will be good news not only for UIM and Formula 2, but also good news for the sport and Lithuania in general, I guess, really.
Yeah, I mean, the plan is, for those that didn't hear this morning, Garos Ryabko is looking to put a race on in Kaunas, September 18 to 21, that weekend. Which would be UIM F2 World Championship. Now, if situations with Portugal don't get any better, that potentially could be the only event in F2 this season on a World Championship. So he's got stuff to do this week, people to phone to see whether that can be agreed, and then he and really putting it together in Kaunas. I spoke to him at breakfast about it this morning. We were talking, and I did have a concern about the weather, because obviously here in Lithuania the summers are shorter, and it was definitely something that was on his mind. I don't think we're going to be looking at too many tents. It would be more sort of hard type building for the commentary and for the race officials, etc.
Yeah.
So that will be an extra problem we might have to deal with, because if you think that weekend, even if we did that at Stewartby, and I think we did, didn't we? That F2 European Championships, it was that third weekend in Sep. Even then, it's getting dark early, and it did get dark, didn't it, on quali on the Saturday? Gordon Sutherland had to call it a day. So yeah, you're running out of summer, aren't you? And particularly you are here.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a gamble, as you know, the later into the season you get, certainly in this part of Europe and just down there. So, yeah, it's going to be, time will be tight, but sure, if Garos has got anything to do with it, I'm sure that he'll do it, he'll pull it out of the bag. I'm pretty confident of that. We'll just have our fingers crossed.
Yeah, well, it would be great to see that, and then whether or not F1H2O can pull anything off anywhere in the world, well, we're still waiting. I think really the last notification we had from them was around June time.
Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, all a little bit quiet on that front at the moment. I guess, dare I say it, would they even be going to China? I would probably doubt it. But yeah. You never know, do you?
It must be. It's incredibly difficult. They were looking at Lake Como in September. I think that would have been doable, but the money wasn't there to do it. That was the issue. As we know, that's a container series, as we call it. So everything just is boxed, and everything arrives, whether it be the race boats or the tents and the equipment and even the office furniture for the race officials and the press. Yeah,
like you say, it's a whole complete mobile, almost like a circus, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. It's a travelling circus, and so those boxes have all got to go somewhere in the world, and then you've got issues now with certain countries that potentially could have hosted it or would have hosted it. Said, well, actually, do we want to be the only country seen to be hosting this? and that becomes difficult because then we get into sort of a societal issue as opposed to racing. And if we look at how F1 Cars is doing it, they're racing to empty stadiums. And, with Silverstone a couple of weeks ago where I live, they closed the roads and just wouldn't let us go anywhere near the place.
Yeah, I guess that's a little bit easier to police, isn't it, as well, because it's a contained arena where, we race in places like, I'm just looking at your place there, it's really sort of a natural beauty spot, isn't it, really? And we race on accessible lakes and rivers and what else, which the general public have, perfect access to, and yet to actually cordon it all off and make it inaccessible would be A, a big task, and B, probably not what you want as an event organizer and as a driver and as a team.
No. The other issue you've got is that if you were to, for argument's sake, run something in a biosphere, where, think of Stewartby for argument's sake, and you were to test everyone first, and then they got their negative result, and then they could go into Stewartby, stay there for the weekend. Well, that all sounds fine, but that's a hell of a lot of work, and it's money for the tests and everything else, and it's just, races are difficult enough to put on as it is.
Yeah.
The Premier League really got it right. I mean, they had very few issues and did an exceptional job to get the Premier League and the FA Cup finished. But as we saw in F1 Cars, driver going over to see his mum in Mexico and caught it.
Yeah, so easy, isn't it? It's, and ultimately paid the price because he missed out on a Grand Prix. So.
And he was back racing. Well, he's back racing today, but not ideal, is it? You've had the issue, obviously, in Scotland with them rebooting their football, and then players deciding they're going to take themselves off to Spain.
Yeah, difficult to police and difficult to control, isn't it? Very awkward.
And as always with this, it may not necessarily want to be the teams or the drivers that, they may well want to come, but we have to think about the officials and whether they want to, they're health-wise, etc., want to put themselves at risk. That's the issue.
Yeah, and of course the new personnel that they're at risk. They if they have to fish someone out of the water, they're not going to be social distancing then, are they? Far from it.
No, that you have that. So that's technically, I would think with Formula, where you have divers, you would have to make sure the drivers are tested, and I believe that's exactly what Riabco had been working with Per Benson anyway. That the drivers would all have to have a negative test before they raced.
Yeah.
Sorry, not Per Benson, Pelle Larsen. I'm sorry. So there would be that degree of security for the the Hungarian rescue team. And I think when I was looking at the paperwork for that the other day before I came over here, I think that would probably include us as well to be tested, because you would be in that pit area.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the slipway at the moment, so not too much activity going on at the moment.
Yeah.
So just our friend on the text there. So Christoph again has just texted in, any chance we will see an F1 race in the UK again? So our last one was 2018, wasn't it, at London, where we had the most bizarre start, where we had the rolling start as opposed to the grid start. I know Dean Stard was involved in a lot of the organising of that event, along with F1H2O, and I know that Dean really sort of spent blood and thunder trying to get that event on the water. He made it happen, but even on the Friday, and you know it, John. We still were waiting for approval from the council if we were going to run the race because of the.
We had
the
4 boats.
It was all sports.
Yeah, they wanted 4 boats to go out on the water. I think one of them was Alex Carella. And there was a guy from the local council who stood there and said, I don't think he'd ever seen a powerboat before. And he said, oh, yeah, that looks okay then. I mean, the red tape that we had in England, it really was highlighted that weekend with the hard hats and the high-vis jackets. We'd never seen it at an F1H2O race anywhere else in the world. But as soon as we came to London, by God, did they have to go through the risk assessments that were done. It was a huge, mammoth task.
Yeah, and I remember Dean telling me that obviously all the Harris fencing that had to go around the other side of the course just to stop spectators viewing from that side, and you're kind of thinking, such a shame, and actually it was an extra cost to the event, and from what we could all see, it wasn't really necessary, but obviously someone somewhere thought, we need to do that, and to make the race happen, we had to do it.
Yeah, I think there was a problem in so much that, sometimes if you have an event, you can have thousands and thousands and thousands of people pitching up. And obviously they were concerned of that because where you talk about where that went, that Harris fencing that was sort of boxed off, if you looked on Google Maps, you could be walking down like a little street there and getting a free view of the race. And they kind of looked at that and thought, well, the last thing we need is, thousands of people going into a residential area. So you can see it from one side, but as you rightly say, it was certainly it was costing. The pit area, as you remember, was underneath in the underground car park, which, some nights and others absolutely hated. Had the weather been really poor, I think they would have been quite grateful for it.
So I'm just looking down at the moment on the screen. I guess we're watching the replay there of the start.
But actually, the London race, the actual race turned out well, didn't it? Eric Start win. Yeah,
and Eric actually that weekend was, even in qualifying, even in on the Friday, you could just tell that he was something else. He was just that. You could tell by the engine noise. You could tell by how he was running the boat. You could just tell that he was super quick that weekend. And it did sort of the Maverick team done an excellent job on him that weekend. And it was interesting to hear what happened afterwards when Eric done his interview with Frode. What happened afterwards when he got the offer to drive for Abu Dhabi, and the whole story was a little bit really kind of a fairy tale story.
Yeah, it was.
Probably putting him in an awkward position, to leave Maverick and then to race for the biggest team in the world.
He then had 2 offers on the table, one from Victory, one from Abu Dhabi, didn't he? From really not thinking he was going to race that season. Funny how it worked. I mean, I've been spending a bit of time with the Wilmer family from Sweden this weekend. They've got their son obviously been racing in GT15, GT30. Their daughter races, and they lent Eric their big tractor unit that they tow around, where they put the GT15, GT30 boat, and they sleep in it as well. And Eric, took that down to Portimao and took it to London to help him out. So that was how it was all cobbled together. But to answer that question, I think yes, a race in England could quite easily happen if someone's got the money to pay the F1H2O promoter, and it really would come down to cash.
And what kind of it's a lot of money, isn't it? We know roughly what it is, but I mean just to tell the audience, what kind of figures would you imagine it to roughly be?
Well, I mean I'm not going to go into numbers, but we do know that. Portimao perhaps gets a slightly better deal, in so much that F1 are very, very keen to race in Europe to keep the fan base up. whereas perhaps China and the UAE pay, a little bit more. But we would be talking about a substantial amount of money to host something in England.
So I was just watching the replay there of the GT30 from yesterday, where Solvang and Sula come together, and that looked really nasty. Just the drone footage, and Carol Sula was very, very lucky. You can see why the equipment was damaged. I mean, obviously she spun, and then he kind of almost went right over the top of her. So,
well, I do think for anyone listening. I think anyone listening who's sort of involved with UIM or national authorities perhaps wants to have a look at that and maybe want to think about what safety could be put into GT15 boats, whether that be a halo or something else, because we're very fortunate it didn't come to anything yesterday afternoon. But you can certainly see where the propeller's been on the Norwegian's boat.
I'm just looking down at the drone footage now, and we can see the rescue there immediately on the scene. The jet ski comes into action as well. And you can see there that they attended, and there would have been communication between rescue and the driver, just making sure that she was okay after a big shunt there like that. And then the jet ski will just obviously tow her off back to the slipway. But top class rescue. We do thank all our rescue personnel from all over the world in various different formats.
And there's been some big overnight repairs on Solvang's boat. He's got a lot of new material added to it. They've done a great job, and
I guess last weekend in Tonsberg he was lucky to get away with what he got away with there when he stood it right up on end. Not so lucky this weekend.
Yes. And I think also he's probably thinking, doing the racing last weekend in Tonsberg and then coming straight here, it was quite it's been an effort, to say the least.
So from Norway to Lithuania, how much of a drive is that?
Well, they've had the ferry. I think they've had about 6 hours this end on the road.
So we're just looking at the drone footage then of GT30 just after that race was stopped. And some excellent shots then from the drone. Of course, everyone getting themselves ready for the final race of the weekend. So, John, you just to summarise, obviously you've had a nice weekend there and been looked after well by the Lithuanians.
So Lithuania is a great place to come. When things settle down again, I'd recommend it to anyone. I've made some good Lithuanian friends. They're proud of how the country's developing, and cracking scenery, good food in the restaurants, and incredibly cheap. So really, really worth coming over for a trip once things get back to normal and the cheaper airlines sort of get their schedules back, because at the moment it's just Ryanair and Wizz Air. They're just running 1 or 2 flights, whereas we know, particularly with the Lithuania to England, with all the workers, etc., there was a lot of flights, last year. But it really is now just into Kaunas or into Vilnius, just a couple of flights a day. So thoroughly recommend if there's any kind of racing that people want to come over here to watch. It's a very, very affordable little trip. And we did Vilnius together, didn't we, last year? Kaunas last year. It was what 20 minutes from the airport to the venue, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, no time at all. And ideal location, that race venue.
Are you still with me there, Jason?
Hello, yeah, can you hear me still?
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah.
So we've got some safety starting to wander out onto the water.
Solvang Racing are all ready to go as far as their fan base are concerned and their team, because they've texted in as well saying go Andre for the final heat. And yeah, he needs to do it, doesn't he?
Yep, Norwegians got a big following, haven't they, when they race internationally?
Yeah, and no doubt Frode's on his boat somewhere watching us live. He'll be watching this final GT30 race, I'm pretty sure, just to see how Solvang does.
I think we've got Marit Stromaway we'll be watching. All the top people in Norwegian powerboat racing. Well, Marit's the top person, obviously. Well, if this is a bit of a wait, and certainly our production team are getting a little bit. Can we pack up now?
Yeah, we're now looking at the live pictures now from after watching those replays, so we can see there the race course getting itself ready. And I say getting itself ready, what I mean is obviously, as John told you earlier, the rescue now getting into position. The race officials will now be getting into position. And I don't know, I'm predicting that we'll see something different at the first corner.
And our Lithuanian commentators fired up. Not as many people here today. Yesterday was, I'm not going to say it was packed for obvious reasons, but it was a good amount of people. Much quieter today. And I think that actually suits the organisers, because that was a concern.
And that is the beauty now of live stream, isn't it? You know, you don't have to venture out if you don't need to. And you know, it's a bit strange for us. You know, John's there, he's on the scene, he's the man in the know. I'm in the lounge in my commentary box, looking out of the window where a white Mercedes has just drove down the road.
I do
Not
actually
a pink one,
sometimes
John.
think, though, if you've got a screen in front of you sitting indoors, it can be a bit easier sitting in a bit of a transit van.
But you'll be soaking up the atmosphere, so that'll be pretty good. But we have to thank Arena HD for doing this all for us and making it all happen, and they're doing an absolutely splendid job on bringing the Lithuanian European Championship action to you all weekend. So a big pat on the back to Arena HD, and thanks for their broadcast, and thanks for their technical support to me this morning when they're having all sorts of dramas with connections going down and things, but it's all sorted itself out now, and we're ready for the final race.
Yeah,
so
the
it just
owner,
needs to
the
hang
owner,
in there.
The owner of Arena HD worked in Canary Wharf for 7 years, so he certainly knows his English. Well, it's always a good sign when you see photographers come past you and you think, here we go. We're going to get going.
Yep, they're getting themselves ready. It's always a good sign when you see boats in the water as well. So
And now
whether
the
it be
drone,
race boats or rescue boats.
yeah, now the drones are going up.
Well, thanks for staying with us, everybody. And as I said, you're now going to watch the conclusion of this European Championship with the final race being for GT30. Of course, we've already unofficially crowned 2 champions this weekend. One for OSY in the form of Rene Siusk from Estonia, and of course Miles Slakteris from Latvia in the GT15. So we are still waiting for this big race to happen. And, you know, we can now probably feel that the drivers are now going to be a little bit more anxious. I think Laura from Latvia is going to be probably thinking her strategy for the first corner. And Solvang will be thinking, right, I need to behave myself just a little bit. And has he picked that fast accelerating prop?
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, he has 2 propellers. One, he won the GT30 UIM World Championship with last year, which is his quick prop, or he's got an acceleration prop to get him away at the start. And that is the big decision he had to make. I haven't been able to run down there and find that out. He's been here. Well, we'll be able to see in a few minutes. In fact, we'll be able to see in 2 minutes, because this is the last time we hear that wondrous music. Agaris was telling me last. Yeah, Agaris was telling me last. Agaris was telling me last night that he found this music 5 years ago, and he's very proud of it. And he was serious. I said, but everyone hates it. He said, no, it's wonderful music.
I thought this was the music that they play on Wizz Air just as you land. Right, here we go then, John. It's the final race of the weekend, the final race of the Lithuanian Championships, the final race for GT30, heat number 4, and we are looking at the start grid. Will it be Solvang? Will it be Laura from Latvia? Is anyone else going to upset the apple cart here? I mean, what can Sari do from Finland in boat number 76 in this race? We'll wait and see. 8 laps of action about to happen. The music still builds up the tension. John, are you ready for this?
I am, and I've updated the 3 heats points on powerboatracingworld.com under last night's race report, GT30 race report. So if people want to look at those points, they're all sitting there on there. So you can see the jostle for bronze and silver positions. And we were talking about official results, and we're just about to go.
Yep, away we go then.
And Laura gets a better start, Jason. She's got a better start. Solvang is just alongside her now, going up to that first turn mark. Jason, over to you.
Yep, well, away we go then. And yeah, that accelerating prop didn't work for Solvang, did it? It didn't get him up to the top first. So,
and we had a big bang at the back, Jason. We've had a big bang at the back. I think we're going to be, I suspect we're going to get a flag here. It's looking like the black finish boat. As Laura from Latvia leads. He got restarted. He's rejoined at the back. You'll see him on your feed there.
Yeah, so we've got 73 was stopped there in the water. So 73... right at the, well, he was at the back. Atula then from Estonia problems for him. There's the black boat in question, boat number 59. So yeah.
Now,
So
the reason I raised my voice, the bang was louder than the accident yesterday between Solvang and Sudler. So we're under yellow.
So yeah, we've got a yellow flag then going out for that stricken boat. But the race continues. The good thing is it's a yellow and not a red, and Solvang is in second position with Laura pulling away from him. Now, how's that boat on the exit of that turn, boy? It's actually quite out of the way, isn't it? So that boat's now in the, what you can see there now, that boat in the middle of the course, and that's the good news, John, is it's not going to really affect this race.
Yeah, I'm really pleased about that. At the time, it sounded rather nasty.
So Laura from Latvia leads, two boats very, very close together there. With Solvang in second position. Sudler is in third place, incidentally, after the disastrous yesterday race where she actually had to pull out after the collision. She then had to start in heat 3 this morning, right at the back of the grid. She made her way up to fourth position, but now she finds herself in third place. So
Incredible.
she's actually made up the position.
So where
Good
we
stuff
are
from-
on the track, we're gold, silver and bronze on the championship.
So that would be how things would stand at the moment. So Latvia, Laura from Latvia looking pretty good then, out in front at the moment, number 50.
Extending her lead.
So yeah, and if Solvang did pick the accelerating prop, which would have got him the good getaway, would have been the wrong prop choice, because now actually what he needs is a top end prop to reel her in, and if he's confident accelerating prop, that's not going to happen at all. That was close, wasn't it? Two boats almost collect each other. I think that was down in 5th and 6th positions as they swap places on our table there. Reckonen in 4th position now.
Now, keep an eye on third place Carol Sudler. She certainly seems to have the speed. Can she catch Solvang?
Well, now this is a good possibility because we know that she can beat Solvang. So Solvang, this could now actually really be disastrous for Solvang. So let's see where things develop here. But yeah, Sudler in boat number 7. Looking at number 11, I think, at the moment down there. But yeah, we need to be looking really at how far away is number 7 from boat number 1.
And we've got lady drivers leading the race and sitting in third, with Norway's Solvang in second.
So on lap 3 then, with Solvang, and his body was fairly sort of stationary in the boat. He wasn't jiggling around or moving about, so it's just waiting really for the checkered flag to be dropped and then do the calculations. But he's saying, I think it's not good enough for him at the moment. So amazing developments then in this final GT30 race, the 4th heat. And Christoph was saying there is, of course, heat number 5, which is the technical inspection afterwards, which always throws out a few surprises occasionally. But hopefully in this event, I'm sure everything will be pretty straight, as we're now looking.
None of the Powerboat Racing World articles will be going up until I have those signed off result sheets. And the boats have left Parc Ferme.
So Laura from Latvia then leads the race in boat number 50 as we watch boat 70, which is actually a little bit further down in 7th position, of Hilma Weiberg. And yeah, John, just tell us about Weiberg's weekend, and not as good as hoped.
Well, heat 2, he broke down just here in front of us. So that was basically sucking air in onto his fuel feed. So that was really disappointing for him. I think the family came here with high expectations, and Hasn't quite panned
that's
out
gonna
this
be
weekend.
And actually, looking also down the list as we look at boat number 50 now, the race leader. So Laura then into the next turn.
Yep,
Seems to be
she's
leaning quite way forward in the boat. Look at
yeah,
that.
she's positively dominating now, isn't she?
Yeah, it seems to me like she's trying to keep the front end of the boat down onto the water, but yeah, definitely you can feel the determination for her to win this race. And Solvang in second position, thinking, why did I have a mistake yesterday? But whatever happens, Solvang still hanging
We're under
in there
yellow.
in second
We're under
position.
yellow, Chase. I'm just trying to find out why.
Yep, so we'll pick that up. There's a yellow flag there for a stationary boat, but I'm guessing that's probably not the other issue. But
Yeah, we've got
Still watching
something
Solvang.
right out the back on that by the far turn mark, and that is and it's a race boat that's just got itself back going again, and the yellow's dropped.
so on lap 6 then, and getting towards the closing stages of not only this race, but for the decider of the European Championships for the GT15 class. As we look at Carol Sudler now in boat number 7, salvaging a little something from this weekend. And really, you know, we see the drone footage earlier. She's really lucky to be racing in anything at all this weekend.
Yeah,
after that
absolutely.
collision yesterday. And there's the much talked about black boat there, 69, who currently laying in 4th position. So that's a good effort from a very, what looks to be experimental boat. And yeah, we'll see if that's the way forward. With, as you said, John, about the Halo system on possibly the GT classes. So lap 7.
And I'm looking for my
Solvang.
flag man. He's just wandered out as I say that. He's clutching the checkered flag for the last time this weekend. So one more tour.
Yeah, and we're looking for some enormous effort now from the flagman as the race leader on the final lap of the race to decide the European Championships. And as John said, he'll post up the results, the official results, on the Powerboat Racing World site later on here this afternoon. But we watched the last remaining seconds now of this race, and a big thank you to everyone who's joined us and watching. And the finale being the GT30 race, and that was close, wasn't it? Just on the final corner. But it's all looking good then for boat number 50, John. As,
She's just
you take
meters
her across the
away.
line.
She's just meters away. Laura from Latvia. She's going to take this GT30 European Championship here in Lithuania, and the flag goes down. She's done it. She waves. She looks. The boat skipped with joy as she came across the line.
Yeah, I'm sure she's going to be skipping with joy in a moment as well when she realises what she's just done.
Solvang
And,
takes the
Solvang.
silver.
Yep, so all the friends in Norway cheering him on. They'll be glad of the support.
Well, the front runner's got a clean race. A bit of action at the back on that first lap. It's a good way to end, I think. Laura put in an absolutely superb performance there.
Yeah, I mean, she was kind of in Heat 1 yesterday and Heats 1 and 2. I mean, she went into the race this morning. She was down there in
Sixth.
position. 1,
Sixth
2, 3,
Heat 1.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then she finished second in Heat 2 yesterday. But overall, going into the race this morning, she was fifth overall. And yeah, so she's definitely probably wasn't expecting that from the rest of the weekend.
No,
So
certainly
great
wasn't on our radar, was she? And she's just come through and really done the job. And there she is as she comes past.
I have to say thanks again to Scott Curtis, who initially, because we'd almost written off everybody.
Yeah, we missed that one. Thanks to Scott.
Yeah, so, we could have missed out a big event there, big news, as we now look at the unofficial, at the moment, champion of Europe, the GT30 class.
And as the GT30 boats come past us for the last time this weekend. Well, Edgaras Ryabko and his team got it done. They put on 3 UIM European Championships under really difficult circumstances, and who would have bet on that a couple of months ago?
Yeah, no, top marks to Edgaras and his team, and all the officials, all the rescue there that make it all happen. As we now watch the Latvian do a lap of honour, and we'll just take a minute then to celebrate her victory of the European Championships here this weekend, and celebrations all round in Latvia. And of course it was a Latvian who won the GT15 class as well, so a great effort. So maybe Latvians taking over certainly the GT classes.
Well, Baltic States is where it's at in powerboat racing right now, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And as she drives on her final tour with the flag. Proudly flying the
That's not an easy
flag.
job.
It's not an easy job holding that flag.
No.
No.
I know, going back to when I was in the OSY, when I won the British Championships, I tried to hold the flag and do a lap of honour. Bit difficult when you got one hand on the wheel and one hand on the throttle. Probably slightly easier for her. She's got it just propped over her shoulder, actually. But yeah, she's happy. She's joyous there. And we'll go home to Latvia this week and have a year of being European champion. And how would that feel? Absolutely amazing, I would imagine.
Indeed. Well, as we wrap up here, and want to say thank you very much, Jason, for being with us all weekend. It's been absolutely brilliant. We need to thank the organisers, the Arena HD, and everyone else making this stream possible. We need to thank the competitors and their teams and parents for making these long journeys under these circumstances with closed countries, etc. I think all in all, this is an event that will live in the memory for circumstances and great competitors. Jason, final thoughts?
Yeah, it's good to see powerboat racing back in action, isn't it, at international level? So, just to second your thoughts on that, really. Yeah, well done, everybody. Great effort, great organisational skills. Everyone, and the most important thing, everybody came home in one piece. There was one or two little bumps and scrapes and things, but nothing too serious. Nothing that a bit of Kevlar can't be involved with. So that's the most important thing. We've got 3 UIM champions at least this year, which again is another great effort. And thanks everyone for joining us. And John, a big thank you to you for inviting me to be your co-commentator miles and miles away from where you're sitting at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's it's more than a pleasure, and let's hope the next time we meet, we'll be here in Lithuania for the UIM F2 World Championship next month. Saying thank you to everyone. We're going to sign off now. I'm going to go and do the day job and write up the reports at powerboatracingworld.com. We've got some cracking shots again from today from our Latvian snapper, and see you all soon.
Yeah, take care, everybody.